And we are back once more. Hope you didn't miss me too much. We, of course, are into the second and final part of our journey to the magical land of, oh my god, I want to kill anything that's even remotely related to power washing. Which is a shame because I'm really enjoying it. But this will just sicken me over. More than the sausage rolls, which are still tasty. Before we go live, go into rather. I almost forgot. I have to put the link to this into the link down below. Hola. Hello. Good to see you. There we go. Okay. So we are now 12 hours in. We have done the following: the van, the back garden, the land raider, the dirt bike, the golf cart, and the lunar rover, the Mars rover, and the school, well, the kids' playground. Now we're off to Santa's workshop to help clean up that mess. We also have the Christmas Carol already in progress. We are an hour and 5 minutes. By the way, we are listening to a version of classic audiobook with Ellis. What he's doing. Once they hit public domain, they're free to do whatever. Which makes sense. Now, that's it, really. Let's just jump right back in, shall we? Got nothing but time, but means we can get a lot done.
Among the leafless boughs of one despondent poplar, not the idle swinging of an empty storehouse door. No, not a clicking in the fire, but fell upon the heart of Scrooge with softening influence, and gave a freer passage to his tears. The spirit touched him on the arm, and pointed to his younger self, intent upon his reading. Suddenly, a man in foreign garments, wonderfully real and distinct to look at, stood outside the window, with an axe stuck in his belt, and leading by the bridle an ass laden with wood.
"Why, it's Ali Baba!"
Scrooge exclaimed in
The
ecstasy.
first
It's dear old
verse
honest
crossed.
Ali Baba. Yes, I know. One Christmas time, when yonder solitary child was left here all alone, he did come for the first time, just like that. Poor boy. And Valentine, said Scrooge, and his wild brother Orson, there they go. And what's his name, who was put down in his drawers, asleep at the gate of Damascus? Don't you see him? And the Sultan's groom turned upside down by the genie. There he is upon his head. Serve him right. I'm glad of it. What business had he to be married to the princess?
To hear Scrooge expending all the earnestness of his nature on such subjects in a most extraordinary voice, between laughing and crying, and to see his heightened and excited face, would have been a surprise to his business friends in the city, indeed.
There's the parrot,
cried Scrooge.
green body and yellow tail, with a thing like a lettuce growing out of the top of his head. Oh, there he is! Poor Robin Crusoe, he called him, when he came home again after sailing round the island. Poor Robin Crusoe, where have you been, Robin Crusoe? The man thought he was dreaming, but he wasn't. It was the parrot, you know. There goes Friday, running for his life to the little creek. Helloa! Coop! Hello!
Then, with a rapidity of transition very foreign to his usual character, he said, in pity for his former self,
Poor boy!
and cried again.
I wish...
Scrooge muttered, putting his hand in his pocket and looking about him, after drying his eyes with his cuff.
But it's too late now.
What is the matter? asked the spirit.
Nothing,
said Scrooge.
nothing. There was a boy singing a Christmas carol at my door last night. I should like to have given him something. That's all.
The ghost smiled thoughtfully and waved its hand, saying, as it did so, "Let us see another Christmas." Scrooge's former self grew larger at the words, and the room became a little darker and more dirty. The panels shrunk, the windows cracked, fragments of plaster fell out of the ceiling, and the naked laths were shown instead. But how all this was brought about,
Naked lard.
Scrooge knew no
My
more
only
than
fan.
you do.
My
He only
only
knew
fan.
that it was quite correct, that everything had happened so, that there he was, alone again, when all the other boys had gone home for the jolly holidays. He was not reading now, but walking up and down despairingly. Scrooge looked at the ghost, and, with a mournful shaking of his head, glanced anxiously towards the door. It opened, and a little girl, much younger than the boy, came darting in, and putting her arms about his neck, and often kissing him, addressed him as her dear, dear brother.
I have come to bring you home, dear brother,
said the child, clapping her tiny hands and bending down to laugh.
to bring you home, home, home.
Home, little Fan, returned the boy.
Yes,
said the child, brimful of glee.
home for good and all, home for ever and ever. Father is so much kinder than he used to be that home's like heaven. He spoke so gently to me one dear night when I was going to bed that I was not afraid to ask him once more if you might come home. And he said yes, you should, and sent me in a coach to bring you. And you're to be a man,
said the child, opening her eyes.
and are never to come back here. But first, we're to be together all the Christmas long and have the merriest time in all the world.
You are quite a woman, little Fan, exclaimed the boy.
Little fan.
She clapped her hands and laughed, and tried to touch his head, but being too little, laughed again, and stood on tiptoe to embrace him. Then she began to drag him in her childish eagerness towards the door, and he, nothing loath to go, accompanied her. A terrible voice in the hall cried, "Bring down Master Scrooge's box there!" And in the hall appeared the schoolmaster himself, who glared on Master Scrooge with a ferocious condescension, and threw him into a dreadful state of mind by shaking hands with him. He then conveyed him and his sister into the veriest old well of a shivering best parlour that ever was seen, where the maps upon the wall and the celestial and terrestrial globes in the windows were waxy with cold. Here he produced a decanter of curiously light wine, and a block of curiously heavy cake, and administered installments of those dainties to the young people, at the same time
Let's get
sending
the
out a
little
meagre
girl drunk.
servant to
Hell
offer a
yeah.
glass of something to the postboy, who answered that he thanked the gentleman, but if it was the same tap as he had tasted before, he had rather not. Master Scrooge's trunk being by this time tied on to the top of the chaise, the children bade the schoolmaster good-bye right willingly, and getting into it, drove gaily down the garden sweep, the quick wheels dashing the hoarfrost and snow from off the dark leaves of the evergreens like spray. Always a delicate creature, whom a breath might have withered, said the ghost, but she had a large heart.
So she had,
Cried Scrooge.
You're right. I will not gainsay it, spirit. God forbid.
She died a woman, said the ghost, and had, as I think, children.
One child,
Scrooge returned. True, said the ghost. Your nephew. Scrooge seemed uneasy in his mind, and answered briefly,
yes.
Although they had but that moment left the school behind them, they were now in the busy thoroughfares of a city, where shadowy passengers passed and repassed, where shadowy carts and coaches battled for the way, and all the strife and tumult of a real city were. It was made plain enough by the dressing of the shops that here too it was Christmas time again. But it was evening, and the streets were lighted up. The ghost stopped at a certain warehouse door, and asked Scrooge if he knew it.
Know it, said Scrooge. Was I apprenticed here?
They went in. At sight of an old gentleman in a Welsh wig sitting behind such a high desk that if he had been 2 inches taller, he must have knocked his head against the ceiling, Scrooge cried in great excitement,
Why, it's old Fezziwig. Bless his heart, it's Fezziwig alive again.
Old Fezziwig laid down his pen and looked up at the clock, which pointed to the hour of 7. He rubbed his hands, adjusted his capacious waistcoat, laughed all over himself from his shoes to his organ of benevolence, and called out in a comfortably oily, rich, fat, jovial voice,
Yo-ho there! Ebenezer! Dick!
Scrooge's former self, now grown to a young man, came briskly in, accompanied by his fellow prentice.
Wilkins, to be sure,
said Scrooge to the ghost.
Bless me, yes, there he is. He was very much attached to me, was Dick. Poor Dick, dear, dear.
Yo-ho, my boys,
said Fezziwig.
No more work tonight. Christmas Eve, Dick, Christmas Eve, Ebenezer. Let's have the shutters up,
cried old Fezziwig with a sharp clap of his hands.
Before a man can say Jack Robinson.
You wouldn't believe how those two fellows went at it. They charged into the street with the shutters. 1, 2,
Why is everything going
3.
all lagging?
Had 'em up in their places.
Ooh, I don't like this. What is up with this lag? It's on my end. If there's too many colors, maybe the game's been running too long. Alright, when in doubt. Save, quit, relaunch. I like that. It was just saying cleaning up there. That was kind of good. Okay, try it again. Okay. Play. And let's see how this affects it. As I said, I'm not going to play it like that. If it ends up being super laggy, then I'd quit. Sucks, but you know, I don't want to be looking at that for the entire stream. All right, on the off chance of the next 12 hours something goes wrong, what I'll do is I'll try another map, and if that doesn't work, I'll lower the quality, and if that doesn't work, then I'll have to forcibly declare. But it seems to be fine. Maybe it was just running too long. A lot of people forget that, but a lot of games don't like to be running non-stop. Fezziwig!
4, 5, 6, barred 'em and pinned 'em, 7, 8, 9, and came back before you could have got to 12, panting like racehorses.
Hilly-ho!
Cried old Fezziwig, skipping down from the high desk with wonderful agility.
Clear away, my lads, and let's have lots of room here. Hilly-ho, Dick! Cheer up, Ebenezer!
Clear away? There was nothing they wouldn't have cleared away, or couldn't have cleared away, with old Fezziwig looking on. It was done in a minute. Every movable was packed off, as if it were dismissed from public life forever. The floor was swept and watered, the lamps were trimmed, fuel was heaped upon the fire, and the warehouse was as snug and warm and dry and bright a ballroom as you would desire to see upon a winter's night. In came a fiddler with a music book, and went up to the lofty desk, and made an orchestra of it, and tuned like 50 stomachaches. In came Mrs. Fezziwig, one vast substantial smile. In came the 3 Miss Fezziwigs, beaming and lovable. In came the 6 young followers, whose hearts they broke. In came all the young men and women employed in the business. In came the housemaid, with her cousin the baker. In came the cook, with her brother's particular friend the milkman. In came the boy from over the way, who was suspected of not having board enough from his master, trying to hide.
His particular friend? Well, I mean, they did talk about that in the 1800s. Not openly too much, but they did acknowledge it existed.
Himself behind the girl from next door but one, who was proved to have had her ears pulled by her mistress. In they all came, one after another, some shyly, some boldly, some gracefully, some awkwardly, some pushing, some pulling. In they all came, anyhow and everyhow. Away they all went, 20 couple at once, hands half round and back again the other way, down the middle and up again, round and round in various stages of affectionate grouping. Old top couple always turning up in the wrong place, new top couple starting off again as soon as they got there. All top couples at last, and not a bottom one to help them. When this result was brought about, old Fezziwig, clapping his hands to stop the dance, cried out,
"Well done!"
and the fiddler plunged his hot face into a pot of porter, especially provided for that purpose. But, scorning rest upon his reappearance, he instantly began again, though there were no dancers yet, as if the other fiddler had been carried home, exhausted on a shutter, and he were a brand new man, resolved to beat him out of sight, or
They gave
perish.
him a box
There were
of
more
four?
dances, and there were more forfeits, and more dances. And there was cake, and there was negus, and there was a great piece of cold roast, and there was a great piece of cold boiled, and there were mince pies, and plenty of beer. But the great effect of the evening came after the roast and boiled, when the fiddler, an artful dog, mind, the sort of man who knew his business better than you or I could have told it him, struck up Sir Roger to Coverley. Then old Fezziwig stood out to dance with Mrs. Fezziwig. Top couple, too, with a good stiff piece of work cut out for them. 3 or 4 and 20 pair of partners, people who were not to be trifled with, people who would dance and had no notion of walking. But if they had been twice as many, 4 times, old Fezziwig would have been a match for them, and so would Mrs. Fezziwig. As to her, she was worthy to be his partner in every sense of the term. If that's not high praise, tell me higher, and I'll use it. A positive light appeared to issue from Fezziwig's calves. They shone in every part of the dance like moons. You couldn't have predicted at any given time what would become of them next. And when old Fezziwig and Mrs. Fezziwig had gone all through the dance, advance and retire, both hands to your partner, bow and curtsy, corkscrew, thread the needle, and back again to your place, Fezziwig cut so deftly that he appeared to wink with his legs,
What?
and came upon his feet again without a stagger.
Don't cut.
When the clock struck 11, this domestic ball broke up. Mr. and Mrs. Fezziwig took their stations, one on either side the door, and shaking hands with every person individually as he or she went out, wished him or her a Merry Christmas. When everybody had retired but the 2 prentices, they did the same to them, and thus the cheerful voices died away, and the lads were left to their beds, which were under a counter in the back shop. During the whole of this time, Scrooge had acted like a man out of his wits. His heart and soul were in the scene, and with his former self. He corroborated everything, remembered everything, enjoyed everything, and underwent the strangest agitation. It was not until now, when the bright faces of his former self and Dick were turned from them, that he remembered the ghost, and became conscious that it was looking full upon him, while the light upon its head burnt very clear. "A small matter," said the ghost, "to make these silly folk so full of gratitude."
So silly.
"Small?" echoed Scrooge. The spirit signed to him to listen to the 2 apprentices, who were pouring out their hearts in praise of Fezziwig, and when he had done so, said, "Why, is it not? He has spent but a few pounds of your mortal money, 3 or 4 perhaps. Is that so much that he deserves this praise?"
"It isn't that,"
said Scrooge, heated by the remark, and speaking unconsciously like his former, not his latter self.
"It isn't that, Spirit. He has the power to render us happy or unhappy, to make our service light or burdensome, a pleasure or a toil. Say that his power lies in words and looks, in things so slight and insignificant that it is impossible to add and count 'em up. What then? The happiness he gives is quite as great as if it cost a fortune."
He felt the spirit's glance, and stopped. "What is the matter?" asked the ghost.
"Nothing particular,"
said Scrooge. "Something, I think," the ghost insisted.
"No,"
said Scrooge.
no. I should like to be able to say a word or 2 to my clerk just now. That's all."
His former self turned down the lamps as he gave utterance to the wish, and Scrooge and the ghost again stood side by side in the open air. My time grows short, observed the spirit. Quick. This was not addressed to Scrooge, or to anyone whom he could see, but it produced an immediate effect. For again, Scrooge saw himself. He was older now, a man in the prime of life. His face had not the harsh and rigid lines of later years, but it had begun to wear the signs of care and avarice. There was an eager, greedy, restless motion in the eye, which showed the passion that had taken root, and where the shadow of the growing tree would fall. He was not alone, but sat by the side of a fair young girl in a mourning dress, in whose eyes there were tears, which sparkled in the light that shone out of the ghost of Christmas past. "It matters little," she said softly. "To you, very little. Another idol has displaced me, and if it can cheer and comfort you in time to come, as I would have tried to do, I have no just cause to grieve."
What idol has displaced you?
He rejoined. "The golden one."
This is the even-handed dealing of the world,
he said.
There is nothing on which it is so hard as
High top bay
poverty,
expect to
and
fall
there is
from one of
nothing it
their
professes to...
planes and was about to give a test flight when I walked in the workshop carrying their box of secrets. Okay, now we get to know a little more. Distracted high top bay launched their planes across the room where 1 in a million shot wedged up into the mechanism of the present rapid. Oh no!
condemn with such severity as the pursuit of wealth.
"You fear the world too much," she answered gently. "All your other hopes have merged into the hope of being beyond the chance of its sordid reproach. I have seen your nobler aspirations fall off one by one, until the master passion, gain, engrosses you. Have I not?"
What then?
he retorted.
Even if I have grown so much wiser, what then? I am not changed towards you.
She shook her head.
Am I?
Our contract is an old one. It was made when we were both poor and content to be so, until, in good season, we could improve our worldly fortune by our patient industry. You are changed. When it was made, you were another man.
I was a boy,
he said impatiently. Your own feeling tells you that you were not what you are, she returned. I am. That which promised happiness when we were one in heart is fraught with misery now that we are two. How often and how keenly I have thought of this I will not say. It is enough that I have thought of it, and can release you.
Have I ever sought release?
In words, no, never.
In what then?
In a changed nature,
We never
in an
actually
altered
see him
spirit, in another
falling
atmosphere of
to
life, another hope as its great end, in everything that made
avarice.
my love of any worth or value in your sight. If this had never been between us, said the girl, looking mildly, but with steadiness upon him, tell me, would you seek me out and try to win me now? Ah, no. He seemed to yield to the justice of this supposition, in spite of himself. But he said with a struggle, You think not? I would gladly think otherwise if I could, she answered. Heaven knows. When I have learned the truth like this, I know how strong and irresistible it must be. But if you were free today, tomorrow, yesterday, can even I believe that you would choose a dowerless girl? You, who in your very confidence with her, weigh everything by gain,
Why doesn't
or
he ever
choosing
get
her,
lost then?
if for a moment you are false enough to your one guiding principle to do so. Do I not know that your repentance and regret would surely follow? I do, and I release you, with a full heart, for the love of him you once were. He was about to speak, but, with her head turned from him, she resumed. "You may. The memory of what is past half makes me hope you will have pain in this. A very, very brief time, and you will dismiss the recollection of it gladly, as an unprofitable dream, from which it happened well that you awoke. May you be happy in the life you have chosen." She left him, and they parted.
"Spirit," said Scrooge, "show me no more. Conduct me home. Why do you delight to torture me?"
"One shadow more," exclaimed the ghost.
"No more!" cried Scrooge. "No more! I don't wish to see it. Show me no more!"
But the relentless ghost pinioned him in both his arms and forced him to observe what happened next. They were in another scene and place. A room not very large or handsome, but full of comfort. Near to the winter fire sat a beautiful young girl, so like that last that Scrooge believed it was the same, until he saw her, now a comely matron, sitting opposite her daughter. The noise in this room was perfectly tumultuous, for there were more children there than Scrooge in his agitated state of mind could count. And unlike the celebrated herd in the poem, they were not 40 children conducting themselves like one, but every child was conducting itself like 40. The consequences were uproarious beyond belief, but no one seemed to care. On the contrary, the mother and daughter laughed heartily and enjoyed it very much, and the latter, soon beginning to mingle in the sports, got pillaged by the young brigands most ruthlessly. What would I not have given to be one of them? Though I never could have been so rude, no, no. I wouldn't for the wealth of all the world have crushed that braided hair and torn it down, and for the precious little shoe, I wouldn't have plucked it off, God bless my soul, to save my life. As to measuring her waist in sport, as they did, bold young brood, I couldn't have done it. I should have expected my arm to have grown round it for a punishment, and never come straight again.
Yeah.
And yet I should
You may
have
have earned
dearly
it
liked,
too.
I own,
That's a
to have
dickish
touched her
move.
lips, to have questioned her, that she might have opened them, to have looked upon the lashes of her downcast eyes, and never raised a blush, to have let loose waves of hair, an inch of which would be a keepsake beyond price. In short, I should have liked, I do confess, to have had the lightest license of a child, and yet to have been man enough to know its value. But now a knocking at the door was heard, and such a rush immediately ensued that she,
I like
with
how
laughing
Dickens is a
face
part
and
of this
plundered
story
dress,
too, as
was
our
borne
narrator.
towards it in the centre of a flushed and boisterous group, just in time to greet the father, who came home attended by a man laden with Christmas toys and presents. Then the shouting and the struggling and the onslaught that was made on the defenceless porter, the scaling him with chairs for ladders, to dive into his pockets, despoil him of brown paper parcels, hold on tight by his cravat, hug him round his neck, pummel his back, and kick his legs in irrepressible affection. The shouts of wonder and delight with which the development of every package was received. The terrible announcement that the baby had been taken in the act of putting a doll's frying pan into his mouth, and was more than suspected of having swallowed a fictitious turkey glued on a wooden platter. The immense relief of finding this a false alarm. The joy and gratitude and ecstasy, they are all indescribable alike. It is enough that, by degrees, the children and their emotions got out of the parlour, and, by one stair at a time, up to the top of the house, where they went to bed, and so subsided. And now Scrooge looked on more attentively than ever, when the master of the house, having his daughter leaning fondly on him, sat down with her and her mother at his own fireside. and when he thought that such another creature, quite as graceful and as full of promise, might have called him father, and been a springtime in the haggard winter of his life, his sight grew very dim indeed. "Belle?" said the husband, turning to his wife with a smile. "I saw an old friend of yours this afternoon." "Who was it?" "Guess." "How can I? Tut, don't I know?" she added in the same breath, laughing as he laughed. "Mr. Scrooge!" "Mr. Scrooge it was. I passed his office window, and as it was not shut up and he had a candle inside, I could scarcely help seeing him. His partner lies upon the point of death, I hear, and there he sat alone, quite alone in the world, I do believe." "Spirit," said Scrooge in a broken voice, "remove me from this place." "I told you these were shadows of the things that have been," said the ghost, "that they are what they are. Do not blame me." "Remove me!" Scrooge exclaimed. "I cannot bear it." He turned upon the ghost, and seeing that it looked upon him with a face in which, in some strange way, there were fragments of all the faces it had shown him, wrestled with it. "Leave me! Take me back! Haunt me no longer!" In the struggle, if that can be called a struggle, in which the ghost, with no visible resistance on its own part, was undisturbed by any effort of its adversary, Scrooge observed that its light was burning high and bright, and dimly connecting that with its influence over him, he seized the extinguisher cap, and by a sudden action pressed it down upon its head. The spirit
Just
dropped beneath
left
it,
in
so that
display.
the extinguisher covered its whole form. But though Scrooge pressed it down with all his force, he could not hide the light which streamed from under it in an unbroken flood upon the ground. He was conscious of being exhausted and overcome by an irresistible drowsiness, and further, of being in his own bedroom. He gave the cap a parting squeeze, in which his hand relaxed, and had barely time to reel to bed before he sank into a heavy sleep. Stave 3. The second of the three spirits. Awaking in the middle of a prodigiously tough snore, and sitting up in bed to get his thoughts together, Scrooge had no occasion to be told that the bell was again upon the stroke of 1. He felt that he was restored to consciousness in the right nick of time, for the especial purpose of holding a conference with the second messenger, dispatched to him through Jacob Marley's intervention. But finding that he turned uncomfortably cold when he began to wonder which of his curtains this new spectre would draw back, he put them every one aside with his own hands, and, lying down again, established a sharp lookout all round the bed. For he wished to challenge the spirit on the moment of its
Santa's office door.
and did not wish to be taken by surprise and made nervous.
It's so round.
Gentlemen of the free and easy sort, who plume themselves on being acquainted with a move or two, and being usually equal to the time of day, express the wide range of their capacity for adventure by observing that they are good for anything from pitch and toss to manslaughter, between which
A lot of murder
extremes,
going
no
on
doubt,
in this book.
there lies a tolerably wide and comprehensive range of subjects. Without venturing for Scrooge quite as hardly as this, I don't mind calling on you to believe that he was ready for a good broad field of strange appearances, and that nothing between a baby and a rhinoceros would have astonished him very much. Now, being prepared for almost anything, he was not by any means prepared for nothing, and consequently, when the bell struck 1 and no shape appeared, he was taken with a violent fit of trembling. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour went by, yet nothing came. All this time he lay upon his bed, the very core and centre of a blaze of ruddy light, which streamed upon it when the clock proclaimed the hour, and which, being only light, was more alarming than a dozen ghosts, as he was powerless to make out what it meant, or would be at, and was sometimes apprehensive that he might be, at that very moment, an interesting case of spontaneous combustion, without having the consolation of knowing it. At last, however, he began to think, as you or I would have thought at first, for it is always the person not in the predicament who knows what ought to have been done in it, and would
Captain
unquestionably
Hindsight.
have done it too. At last, I say, he began to think that the source and secret of this ghostly light might be in the adjoining room, from whence, on further tracing it, it seemed to shine. This idea taking full possession of his mind, he got up softly and shuffled in his slippers to the door. The moment Scrooge's hand was on the lock, a strange voice called him by his name and bade him enter. He obeyed. It was his own room. There was no doubt about that. But it had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked a perfect grove, from every part of which bright gleaming berries glistened. The crisp leaves of holly, mistletoe, and ivy reflected back the light, as if so many little mirrors had been scattered there. And such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney, as that dull petrification of a hearth had never known in Scrooge's time, or Marley's,
Struggle for sure.
or from many and many a winter season gone. Heaped up on the floor to form a kind of throne were turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, great joints of meat, sucking pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, cherry-cheeked apples, juicy oranges, luscious pears, immense twelfth cakes, and seething bowls of punch that made the chamber dim with their delicious steam. In easy state upon this couch there sat a jolly giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch, in shape not unlike Plenty's horn, and held it up, high up, to shed its light on Scrooge as he came peeping round the door.
"Come in!"
exclaimed the ghost.
"Come in and know me better, man."
Scrooge entered timidly and hung his head before this spirit. He was not the dogged Scrooge he had been, and though the spirit's eyes were clear and kind, he did not like to meet them.
"I am the ghost of Christmas present,"
said the spirit.
"Look upon me."
Scrooge reverently did so. It was clothed
Basically,
in
Brian
one
blessed it.
simple, deep green
Old
robe or
Hagrid.
mantle, bordered with white fur. This garment hung so loosely on the figure that its capacious breast was bare, as if disdaining to be warded or concealed by any artifice. Its feet, observable beneath the ample folds of the garment, were also bare, and on its head it wore no other covering than a holly wreath, set here and there with shining icicles. Its dark brown curls were long and free as its genial face, its sparkling eye, its open hand, its cheery voice, its unconstrained demeanour, and its joyful air. Girded round its middle was an antique scabbard, but no sword was in it, and the ancient sheath was eaten up with rust.
"You have never seen the like of me before,"
exclaimed the spirit. "Never," Scrooge made answer to it.
"Have never walked poor with the younger members of my family, meaning, for I am very young, my elder brothers born in these later years,"
pursued the phantom.
"I don't think I have,"
said Scrooge.
"I am afraid I have not. Have you had many brothers, spirit?"
"More than 1,800.
said the ghost.
A tremendous family to provide for, muttered Scrooge.
The ghost of Christmas Present rose.
Spirit,
said Scrooge submissively.
conduct me where you will. I went forth last night on compulsion, and I learned a lesson which is working now. Tonight, if you have aught to teach me, let me profit by it.
Touch my robe. Scrooge did as he was told, and held it fast. Holly, mistletoe, red berries, ivy, turkeys, geese, game, poultry, brawn, meat, pigs, sausages, oysters, pies, puddings, fruit, and punch.
So glad.
All vanished instantly.
So glad that
So did the room, the fire,
sort
the
of
ruddy glow,
writing is over,
the
where
hour
you
of
have to
night.
describe
And they
every.
stood in the city streets on Christmas morning, where, for the weather was severe, the people made a rough but brisk and not unpleasant kind of music in scraping the snow from the pavement in front of their dwellings, and from the tops of their houses, whence it was mad delight to the boys to see it come plumping down into the road below, and splitting into artificial little snowstorms. The house fronts looked black enough, and the windows blacker, contrasting with the smooth white sheet of snow upon the roofs, and with the dirtier snow upon the ground, which last deposit had been ploughed up in deep furrows by the heavy wheels of carts and wagons, furrows that crossed and recrossed each other hundreds of times where the great streets branched off, and made intricate channels, hard to trace in the thick yellow mud and icy water. The sky was gloomy, and the shortest streets were choked up with a dingy mist, half thawed, half frozen, whose heavier particles descended in a shower of sooty atoms, as if all the chimneys in Great Britain had, by one consent, caught fire, and were blazing away to their dear hearts' content. There was nothing very cheerful in the climate or the town, and yet was there an air of cheerfulness abroad that the clearest summer air and brightest summer sun might have endeavoured to diffuse in vain. For the people who were shovelling away on the housetops were jovial and full of glee, calling out to one another from parapets, and now and then exchanging a facetious snowball, better-natured missile far than many a wordy jest, laughing heartily if it went right, and not less heartily if it went wrong. The poulterers' shops were still half open, and the fruiterers were radiant in their glory. There were great, round, pot-bellied baskets of chestnuts, shaped like the waistcoats of jolly old gentlemen, lolling at the doors, and tumbling out into the street in their apoplectic opulence. There were ruddy,
very well hidden.
round-faced,
My God.
broad-girthed Spanish onions,
Great to reveal it.
shining in the fatness of their growth like Spanish friars, and winking from their shelves in wanton slyness at the girls as they went by, and glanced demurely at the hung-up mistletoe. There were pears and apples clustered high in blooming pyramids. There were bunches of grapes, made in the shopkeeper's benevolence, to dangle from conspicuous hooks, that people's mouths might water gratis as they passed. There were piles of filberts, mossy and brown, recalling in their fragrance ancient walks among the woods,
This book would have been
pleasant
over
shufflings
so quicker
ankle
if you
deep
wasn't
through withered
describing.
leaves. There were Norfolk biffins, squab and swarthy, setting off the yellow of the oranges and lemons, and in the great compactness of their juicy persons, urgently entreating and beseeching to be carried home in paper bags and eaten after dinner. The very gold and silver fish set forth among these choice fruits in a bowl, though members of a dull and stagnant-blooded race, appeared to know that there was something going on, and to a fish went gasping round and round their little world in slow and passionless excitement. The grocers, oh, the grocers, nearly closed, with perhaps 2 shutters down, or 1, but through those gaps such glimpses. It was not alone that the scales descending on the counter made a merry sound, or that the twine and roller parted company so briskly,
or that the canisters were rattled up and down like juggling tricks, or even that the blended scents of tea and coffee were so grateful to the nose, or even that the raisins were so plentiful and rare, the almonds so extremely white, the sticks of cinnamon so long and straight, the other spices so delicious, the candied fruits so caked and spotted with molten sugar as to make the coldest lookers-on feel faint, and subsequently bilious. Nor was it that the figs were moist and plumpy, or that the French plums blushed in modest tartness from their highly decorated boxes, or that everything was good to eat and in its Christmas dress. But the customers were all so hurried and so eager in the hopeful promise of the day that they tumbled up against each other at the door, crashing their wicker baskets wildly, and left their purchases upon the counter, and came running back to fetch them, and committed hundreds of the like mistakes in the best humour possible, while the grocer and his people were so frank and fresh that the polished hearts with which they fastened their aprons behind might have been their own, worn outside for general inspection, and for Christmas doors to peck at if they chose. But soon the steeples called good people all to church and chapel, and away they came, flocking through the streets in their best clothes and with their gayest faces. And at the same time there emerged from scores of by-streets, lanes, and nameless turnings innumerable people carrying their dinners to the bakers' shops. The sight of these poor revellers appeared to interest the spirit very much, for he stood with Scrooge beside him in a baker's doorway, and taking off the covers as their bearers passed, sprinkled incense on their dinners from his torch. And it was a very uncommon kind of torch, for once or twice, when there were angry words between some dinner carriers who had jostled each other, he shed a few drops of water on them from it, and their good humour was restored directly, for they said it was a shame to quarrel upon Christmas Day. And so it was. God love it, so it was. In time, the bells ceased, and the bakers were shut up, and yet there was a genial shadowing forth of all these dinners, and the progress of their cooking in the thawed blotch of wet above each baker's oven, where the pavement smoked as if its stones were cooking too.
Is there a peculiar flavour in what you sprinkle from your torch?
Asked Scrooge.
There is. My own.
Oh,
Would it
damn.
apply to any
Wet.
kind of dinner on this day?
Asked Scrooge.
To any kindly given, to a poor one most.
Why to a poor one most?
Asked Scrooge.
Because it needs it most.
Spirit,
Said Scrooge, after a moment's thought.
I wonder you, of all the beings in the many worlds about us, should desire to cramp these people's opportunities of innocent enjoyment.
Aye,
Cried the spirit.
You would deprive them of their means of dining every 7th day, often the only day on which they can be said to dine at all,
Said Scrooge.
wouldn't you?
aye,
Cried the spirit.
You seek to close these places on the 7th day,
Said Scrooge.
and it comes to the same thing.
I seek.
Exclaimed the spirit.
Forgive me if I am wrong. It has been done in your name, or at least in that of your family,
Said Scrooge.
There are some upon this earth of yours,
Returned the spirit.
who lay claim to know us, and who do their deeds of passion, pride, ill will, hatred, envy, bigotry, and selfishness in our name, who are as strange to us and all our kith and kin as if they had never lived. Remember that, and charge their doings on themselves,
Ooh.
not us.
Throwing people in power.
Scrooge promised that he would, and they went on, invisible, as they had
Little
been before,
hint.
into the suburbs of the town.
So rich
It
and
was a
powerful.
remarkable
Rich
quality of
coming
the
from
ghost,
Dickens,
which Scrooge had observed at the
who
baker's.
was
But
wealthy as
notwithstanding
chicken.
his gigantic size, he could accommodate himself to any place with ease.
Like, don't forget why he made this in the first place. He made Christmas Carol as a response to what he saw as an increasing level of basic a secularization of it. And when they'd point out that, oh, well, the religious side of it doesn't matter, he'd be like, okay, fair, but what about the moral side of it, which is goodwill and blah, blah, blah. And that's how he writes it. Basically, you know, it isn't just all about the gift. And in Scrooge's cases, it's nothing to be like angry at Christmas happening. Be delighted about. Now, where is this darn last bit on candy? Oh, 51%. Holy shit. Yeah, I had no idea that was there. French Bob designing Monday day shift, Thursday movie night, holiday Saturday, Sunday. Hey, I get the coffee saying Christmas party excited. Movie night. Whoop whoop. Beehive Bangs, Pompadour, Dicky Lou, Bullet. Fine tuning, gift making, durability. Nice ship. Nice ship. Night, night, day, day, holiday, holiday. Cool.
And that he stood beneath a low roof quite as gracefully and like a supernatural creature as it was possible he could have done in any lofty hall. And perhaps it was the pleasure the good spirit had in showing off this power of his, or else it was his own kind, generous, hearty nature, and his sympathy with all poor men, that led him straight to Scrooge's clerks. But there he went, and took Scrooge with him, holding to his robe. And on the threshold of the door, the spirit smiled, and stopped to bless Bob Cratchit's dwelling with the sprinklings of his torch. Think of that. Bob had but 15 bob a week himself. He pocketed on Saturdays but 15 copies of his Christian name. And yet, the ghost of Christmas present blessed his 4-roomed house. Then up rose Mrs. Cratchit, Cratchit's wife,
Now is probably
dressed
turned
out
into
but
a bunch
poorly
of
in a
apartments.
twice-turned gown, but brave in ribbons, which are cheap, and make a goodly show for sixpence. And she laid the cloth, assisted by Belinda Cratchit, second of her daughters, also brave in ribbons, while Master Peter Cratchit plunged a fork into the saucepan of potatoes, and getting the corners of his monstrous shirt collar, Bob's private property, conferred upon his son and heir in honour of the day, into his mouth, rejoiced to find himself so gallantly attired, and yearned to show his linen in the fashionable parks.
Whoa.
And now 2 smaller Cratchits, boy and girl, came tearing in, screaming that outside the baker's they had smelt the goose, and known it for their own, and basking in luxurious thoughts of sage and onion, these young Cratchits danced about the table, and exalted Master Peter Cratchit to the skies, while
Foreshadowing
he,
of the goose.
not proud, although his collars nearly choked him, blew the fire, until the slow potatoes, bubbling up, knocked loudly at the saucepan lid to be let out and peeled. "What has ever got your precious father, then?" said Mrs. Cratchit. "And your brother, Tiny Tim? And Martha
Tiny
wa'n't as late
Tim.
last Christmas Day by half an hour." "Here's Martha, mother," said a girl. appearing as she spoke.
Here's Martha, Mother,
cried the 2 young Cratchits.
Hurrah! There's such a goose, Martha.
Why, bless your heart alive, my dear, how late you are, said Mrs. Cratchit, kissing her a dozen times and taking off her shawl and bonnet for her with a vicious zeal.
We'd a deal of work to finish up last night,
replied the girl,
and had to clear away this morning, Mother.
Well, never mind, so long as you are come, said Mrs. Cratchit. Sit ye down before the fire, my dear, and have a warm, Lord bless ye.
No, no, there's Father coming,
cried the 2 young Cratchits, who were everywhere at once.
Hide, Martha, hide.
So Martha hid herself, and in came little Bob, the father, with at least 3 feet of comforter, exclusive of the fringe, hanging down before him, and his threadbare clothes darned up and brushed to look seasonable, and Tiny Tim upon his shoulder. Alas for Tiny Tim, he bore a little crutch, and had his limbs supported by an iron frame.
Worked in the coal mines,
where's
I
our
did.
Martha? cried Bob Cratchit, looking round. Not coming, said Mrs. Cratchit. Not coming, said Bob, with a sudden declension in his high spirits, for he had been Tim's blood horse all the way from church, and had come home rampant. Not coming upon Christmas Day? Martha didn't like to see him disappointed, if it were only in joke, so she came out prematurely from behind the closet door and ran into his arms, while the 2 young Cratchits hustled Tiny Tim and bore him off into the wash-house, that he might hear the pudding singing in the copper.
And how did little Tim behave?
asked Mrs. Cratchit, when she had rallied Bob on his credulity, and Bob had hugged his daughter to his heart's content. As good as gold, said Bob, and better. Somehow he gets thoughtful sitting by himself so much, and thinks the strangest things you ever heard. He told me, coming home, that he hoped the people saw him in the church, because he was a cripple, and it might be pleasant to them to remember upon Christmas Day, who made lame beggars walk, and blind men see. Bob's voice was tremulous when
I
he
didn't
told
know
them
that
this,
Tiny Tim was
and
such a
trembled
prick.
more when he said that Tiny Tim was growing strong and hearty. His active little crutch was heard upon the floor, and back came Tiny Tim, before another word was spoken,
Saccharine,
escorted by his
self-indulgent
brother
prank.
and sister to his stool beside the fire. And while Bob, turning up his cuffs, as if, poor fellow, they were capable of being made more shabby, compounded some hop mixture in a jug with gin and lemons, and stirred it round and round, and put it on the hob to simmer. Master Peter and the 2 ubiquitous young Cratchits went to fetch the goose, with which they soon returned in high procession. Such a bustle ensued that you might have thought a goose the rarest of all birds, a feathered phenomenon to which a black swan was a matter of course, and in truth it was something very like it in that house. Mrs. Cratchit made the gravy, ready beforehand in a
Present
little
rat machine
saucepan,
immediately
hissing
speeds up.
hot.
Next message will be at 80%. That goes by 20 at a time. Bellowed with soot. It sent coal pellets flying in every direction. I'm noticing the amount of soot. Yes. Immediately realized we needed to do something. Which, you know, would have been great if you could have handled your own mess, but, you know, it's fine. It's fine. Problem that no one knew what that thing was. Clean up your shit. Except Ivor. Okay. Well, Cool, I guess.
Master Peter mashed the potatoes with incredible vigour. Miss Belinda sweetened up the applesauce. Martha dusted the hot plates. Bob took Tiny Tim beside him in a tiny corner at the table. The two young Cratchits set chairs for everybody, not forgetting themselves, and, mounting guard upon their posts, crammed spoons into their mouths, lest they should shriek for goose before their turn came to be helped. At last, the dishes were set on, and grace was said. It was succeeded by a breathless pause, as Mrs. Cratchit, looking slowly all along the carving knife, prepared to plunge it in the breast. But when she did, and when the long-expected gush of stuffing issued forth, one murmur of delight arose all round the board, and even Tiny Tim, excited by the two young Cratchits, beat on the table with the handle of his knife, and feebly cried, "Hurrah!" There never was such a goose. Bob said he didn't believe there ever was such a goose cooked. Its tenderness and flavour, size and cheapness were the themes of universal admiration. Eked out by apple sauce and mashed potatoes, it was a sufficient dinner for the whole family. Indeed, as Mrs. Cratchit said with great delight, surveying one small atom of a bone upon the dish, they hadn't ate it all at last. Yet every one had had enough, and the youngest Cratchits in particular were steeped in sage and onion to the eyebrows. But now, the plates being changed by Miss Belinda, Mrs. Cratchit left the room alone, too nervous to bear witnesses, to take the pudding up and bring it in. Suppose it should not be done enough? Suppose it should break in turning out? Suppose somebody should have got over the wall of the backyard and stolen it while they were merry with the goose? A supposition at which the two young Cratchits became livid. All sorts of horrors were supposed. Hello! A great deal of steam. The pudding was out of the copper. A smell like a washing day. That was the cloth. A smell like an eating house and a pastry cook's next door to each other, with a laundress's next door to that. That was the pudding. In half a minute, Mrs. Cratchit entered, flushed, but smiling proudly with the pudding, like a speckled cannonball, so hard and firm, blazing in half a quartern of ignited brandy, and bedight with Christmas holly stuck into the top. Oh, a wonderful pudding, Bob Cratchit said, and calmly too, that he regarded it as the greatest success achieved by Mrs. Cratchit since their marriage. Mrs. Cratchit said that, now the weight was off her mind, she would confess she had her doubts about the quantity of flour. Everybody had something to say about it, but nobody said or thought it was at all a small pudding for a large family. It would have been flat heresy to do so. Any Cratchit would have blushed to hint at such a thing. At last, the dinner was all done. The cloth was cleared, the hearth swept, and the fire made up. The compound in the jug being tasted and considered perfect, apples and oranges were put upon the table, and a shovel full of chestnuts on the fire. Then all the Cratchit family drew round the hearth, in what Bob Cratchit called a circle, meaning half a one, and at Bob Cratchit's elbow stood the family display of glass, 2 tumblers and a custard cup without a handle. These held the hot stuff from the jug, however, as well as golden goblets would have done, and Bob served it out with beaming looks, while the chestnuts on the fire sputtered and cracked noisily. Then Bob proposed, "A Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us," which all the family re-echoed. "God bless us, every one," said Tiny Tim, the last of all. He sat very close to his father's side, upon his little stool. Bob held his withered little hand to his, as if he loved the child, and wished to keep him by his side, and dreaded that he might be taken from him. "Spirit," said Scrooge, with an interest he had never felt before, "tell me if Tiny Tim will live."
I see a vacant seat, replied the ghost, in the poor chimney corner, and a crutch without an owner carefully preserved. If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, the child will die.
No, no, said Scrooge. Oh no, kind spirit, say he will be spared.
If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, none other of my race, returned the ghost, will find him here. What then? If he be like to die, he had better do it and decrease the surplus population.
Scrooge hung his head to hear his own words quoted by the spirit, and was overcome with penitence and grief.
Man, said the ghost, if man you be in heart, not adamant, forbear that wicked cant until you have discovered what the surplus is, and where it is. Will you decide what men shall live, what men shall die? It may be that in the sight of heaven you are more worthless and less fit to live than millions like this poor man's child. O God, to hear the insect on the leaf pronouncing on the too much life among his hungry brothers in the dust.
Scrooge bent before the ghost's rebuke, and trembling cast his eyes upon the ground. But he raised them speedily on hearing his own name.
Mr. Scrooge, said Bob, I'll give you Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast.
The founder of the feast, indeed, cried Mrs. Cratchit, reddening. I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast upon, and I hope he'd have a good appetite for it.
My dear, said Bob, the children, Christmas Day.
It should be Christmas Day, I am sure, said she, on which one drinks the health of such an odious, stingy, hard, unfeeling man as Mr. Scrooge. You know he is, Robert.
This whole
Nobody
world
knows it
just
better than
hates
you do, poor
Scrooge.
fellow.
No wonder he's bitter.
My dear, was Bob's mild answer. Christmas Day. I'll drink his health for your sake, and the day's, said Mrs. Cratchit. Not for his. Long life to him, a Merry Christmas, and a Happy New Year. He'll be very merry and very happy, I have no doubt. The children drank the toast after her. It was the first of their proceedings which had no heartiness in it. Tiny Tim drank it last of all, but he didn't care twopence for it. Scrooge was the ogre of the family. The mention of his name cast a dark shadow on the party, which was not dispelled for full 5 minutes. After it had passed away, they were 10 times merrier than before, from the mere relief of Scrooge the baleful being done with. Bob Cratchit told them how he had a situation in his eye for Master Peter, which would bring in, if obtained, full 5 and 6pence weekly. The 2 young Cratchits laughed tremendously at the idea of Peter's being a man of business, and Peter himself looked thoughtfully at the fire from between his collars, as if he were deliberating what particular investments he should favour when he came into the receipt of that bewildering income. Martha, who was a poor apprentice at a milliner's, then told them what kind of work she had to do, and how many hours she worked at a stretch, and how she meant to lie abed tomorrow morning for a good long rest, tomorrow being a holiday she passed at home. Also, how she had seen a countess and a lord some days before, and how the lord was much about as tall as Peter, at which Peter pulled up his collar so high that you couldn't have seen his head if you had been there. All this time the chestnuts and the jug went round and round, and by they had a song about a lost child travelling in the snow, from Tiny Tim, who had a plaintive little voice, and sang it very well indeed. There was nothing of high mark in this. They were not a handsome family. They were not well dressed. Their shoes were far from being waterproof. Their clothes were scanty, and Peter might have known, and very likely did, the inside of a pawnbroker's. But they were happy, grateful, pleased with one another, and contented with the time. And when they faded, and looked happier yet in the bright sprinklings of the Spirit's torch at parting, Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tim, until the last. By this time it was getting dark, and snowing pretty heavily, and as Scrooge and the Spirit went along the streets, the brightness of the roaring fires
Really
in
get like
kitchens,
that in London
parlours, and
now.
all sorts of rooms was wonderful.
Wonder why.
Here, the flickering of the blaze showed preparations for a cosy dinner, with hot plates baking through and through before the fire, and deep red curtains ready to be drawn to shut out cold and darkness. There, all the children of the house were running out into the snow to meet their married sisters, brothers, cousins, uncles, aunts, and be the first to greet them. Here again were shadows on the window blinds of guests assembling, and there a group of handsome girls, all hooded and fur-booted, and all chattering at once, tripped lightly off to some near neighbour's house, where woe upon the single man who saw them enter. Artful witches, well they knew it, in a glow. But if you had judged from the numbers of people on their way to friendly gatherings, you might have thought that no one was at home to give them welcome when they got there, instead of every house expecting company, and piling up its fires half-chimney high. Blessings on it, how the ghost exulted, how it bared its breadth of breast, and opened its capacious palm, and floated on, outpouring with a generous hand its bright and harmless mirth on everything within its reach. The very lamplighter who ran on before, dotting the dusky street with specks of light, and who was dressed to spend the evening somewhere, laughed out loudly as the Spirit passed.
I'm about an
Though
hour
little
away
kenned
from
the
hitting my
lamplighter
wall.
that he had any company
Afterwards,
at
the
Christmas.
real combat will begin.
And now, without a word of warning from the ghost, they stood upon a bleak and desert moor, where monstrous masses of rude stone were cast about, as though it were the burial place of giants, and water spread itself wheresoever it listed, or would have done so, but for the frost that held it prisoner. And nothing grew but moss and furze, and coarse, rank grass. Down in the west, the setting sun had left a streak of fiery red, which glared upon the desolation for an instant, like a sullen eye, and frowning lower, lower, lower yet, was lost in the thick gloom of darkest night. "What place is this?" asked Scrooge. "A place where miners live, who labour in the bowels of the earth," returned the Spirit. "But they know me. See?" A light shone from the window of a hut, and swiftly they advanced towards it. Passing through the wall of mud and stone, they found a cheerful company assembled round a glowing fire, an old, old man and woman, with their children and their children's children, and another generation beyond that, all decked out gaily in their holiday attire. The old man, in a voice that seldom rose above the howling of the wind upon the barren waste, was singing them a Christmas song. It had been a very old song when he was a boy, and from time to time they all joined in the chorus. So surely as they raised their voices, the old man got quite blithe and loud, and so surely as they stopped, his vigour sank again. The Spirit did not tarry here, but bade Scrooge hold his road, and passing on above the moor, sped whither? Not to see, to see. To Scrooge's horror, looking back, he saw the last of the land, a frightful range of rocks behind them, and his ears were deafened by the thundering of water as it rolled and roared and raged among the dreadful caverns it had worn, and fiercely tried to undermine the earth. Built upon a dismal reef of sunken rocks, some league or so from shore, on which the waters chafed and dashed the wild year through, there stood a solitary lighthouse. great heaps of seaweed clung to its base, and storm birds, born of the wind, one might suppose, as seaweed of the water, rose and fell about it, like the waves they skimmed. But even here, two men who watched the light had made a fire that through the loophole in the thick stone wall shed out a ray of brightness on the awful sea. Joining their horny hands over the rough table at which they sat,
dear.
they wished each other Merry Christmas in their can of grog. And one of them, the elder too, with his face all damaged and scarred with hard weather, as the figurehead of an old ship might be, struck up a sturdy song that was like a gale in itself. Again, the ghost sped on, above the black and heaving sea. On, until being far away, as he told Scrooge, from any shore, they lighted on a ship. They stood beside the helmsman at the wheel, the lookout in the bow, the officers who had the watch, dark, ghostly figures in their several stations. But every man among them hummed a Christmas tune, or had a Christmas thought, or spoke below his breath to his companion of some bygone Christmas day, with homeward hopes belonging to it. And every man on board, waking or sleeping, good or bad, had had a kinder word for one another on that day than on any day in the year, and had shared to some extent in its festivities, and had remembered those he cared for at a distance, and had known that they delighted to remember him. It was a great surprise to Scrooge, while listening to the moaning of the wind, and thinking what a solemn thing it was to move on through the lonely darkness over an unknown abyss, whose depths were secrets as profound as death. It was a great surprise to Scrooge, while thus engaged, to hear a hearty laugh. It was a much greater surprise to Scrooge to recognize it as his own nephew's, and to find himself in a bright, dry, gleaming room, with the spirit standing smiling by his side, and looking at that same nephew with approving affability. "Ha ha!" laughed Scrooge's nephew. "Ha ha ha! If you should happen, by any unlikely chance, to know a man more blessed in a laugh than Scrooge's nephew, all I can say is, I should like to know him too. Introduce him to me, and I'll cultivate his acquaintance. It is a fair, even-handed, noble adjustment of things, that while there is infection in disease and sorrow, there is nothing in the world so irresistibly contagious as laughter and good humour.
I know, a
When
yawn,
Scrooge's nephew laughed in this
terrible
way,
idea.
holding his sides, rolling his head, and twisting his face into the most extravagant contortions,
Sexy sauce.
Scrooge's niece, by marriage, laughed as heartily as he, and their assembled friends, being not a bit behindhand, roared out lustily, "Ha ha! He said that Christmas was a humbug, as I live!" cried
This
Scrooge's
whole
nephew.
world bases
He
around
believed it
Christmas.
too. "More shame
And
for him, Fred,"
Scrooge.
said Scrooge's niece indignantly. Bless those women. They never do anything by halves. They are always in earnest. She was very pretty, exceedingly pretty, with
Bless
a dimpled,
those women indeed.
surprised-looking, capital
They have the
face,
vote now.
a ripe little mouth that seemed made to be kissed, as no doubt it was. All kinds of good little dots about her chin that melted into one another when she laughed, and the sunniest pair of eyes you ever saw in any little creature's head. Altogether, she was what you would have called provoking, you know, but satisfactory too. Oh, perfectly satisfactory. "He's a comical old fellow," said Scrooge's nephew. "That's
He
the
wants
truth.
to kill poor
And
people
not so
too.
pleasant as he
Comical.
might be. However, his offences carry their own punishment, and I have nothing to say against him." "I'm sure he is very rich, Fred," hinted Scrooge's niece. "At least, you always tell me so." "What of that, my dear?" said Scrooge's nephew. "His wealth is of no use to him. He don't do any good with it. He don't make himself comfortable with it. He hasn't the satisfaction of thinking. that he is ever going to benefit us with it. I have no patience with him,
What?
observed Scrooge's niece. Scrooge's
He's
niece's
terrible because he's not
sisters
giving you
and
his
all
money.
the other ladies expressed the same opinion.
You don't need it. You
Oh,
sound
I
like you're
have,
doing well financially.
said Scrooge's nephew. I'm sorry for him. I couldn't be angry with him if I tried. Who suffers by his ill whims? Himself always. Here he takes it into his head to dislike us, and he won't come and dine with us. What's the consequence? He don't lose much of a dinner. Indeed, I think he loses a very good dinner, interrupted Scrooge's niece. Everybody else said the same, and they must be allowed to have been competent judges, because they had just had dinner, and with the dessert upon the table, were clustered round the fire by lamplight. Well, I am very glad to hear it, said Scrooge's nephew, because I haven't any great faith in these young housekeepers. What do you say, Topper? Topper had clearly got his eye upon one of Scrooge's niece's sisters, for he answered that a bachelor was a wretched outcast, who had no right to express an opinion on the subject, whereat Scrooge's niece's sister, the plump one with the lace tucker, not the one with the roses, blushed. Do go on, Fred, said Scrooge's niece, clapping her hands. He never finishes what he begins to say. He's such a ridiculous fellow. Scrooge's nephew revelled in another laugh, and as it was impossible to keep the infection off, though the plump sister tried hard to do it with aromatic vinegar, his example was unanimously followed. I was only going to say, said Scrooge's nephew, that the consequence of his taking a dislike to us and not making merry with us is, as I think, that he loses some pleasant moments, which could do him no harm. I am sure he loses pleasanter companions than he can find in his own thoughts, either in his mouldy old office or his dusty chambers. I mean to give him the same chance every year, whether he likes it or not.
For the rest of the year, he can fuck right off.
He may rail at Christmas till he dies, but he can't help thinking better of it. I defy him if he finds me going there in good temper year after year and saying, Uncle Scrooge, how are you? If it only put him in the vein to leave his poor clerk £50, that's something. And I think I shook him yesterday. It was their turn to laugh now at the notion of his shaking Scrooge. But being thoroughly good-natured, and not much caring what they laughed at, so that they laughed at any rate, he encouraged them in their merriment.
Wow, he sounds like a doormat.
Joyously. After tea, they had some music, for they were a musical family, and knew what they were about when they sung a glee or catch, I can assure you. Especially Topper, who could growl away in the bass like a good one, and never swell the large veins in his forehead or get red in the face over it. Scrooge's niece played well upon the harp, and played, among other tunes, a simple little air, a mere nothing. You might learn to whistle it in 2 minutes, which had been familiar to the child who fetched Scrooge from the boarding school, as he had been reminded by the ghost of Christmas past. When this strain of music sounded, all the things that ghost had shown him came upon his mind. He softened more and more, and thought that if he could have listened to it often, years ago, he might have cultivated the kindnesses of life for his own happiness, with his own hands, without resorting to the sexton's spade that buried Jacob Marley. But they didn't devote the whole evening to music. After a while, they played at forfeits, for it is good to be children sometimes, and never better than at Christmas, when its mighty founder was a child himself.
Always be a kid, and always be an adult.
There was first a game at blind man's buff. Of course there was, and I no more believe Topper was really blind than I believe he had eyes in his boots. My opinion is that it was a done thing between him and Scrooge's nephew, and that the ghost of Christmas Present knew it. The way he went after that plump sister in the lace tucker was an outrage on the credulity of human nature. Knocking down the fire irons, tumbling over the chairs, bumping up against the piano, smothering himself amongst the curtains. Wherever she went, there went he. He always knew where the plump sister was. He wouldn't
Give
catch
her a
anybody
name
else.
at least.
If you had fallen up against him, as some of them did on purpose, he would have made a feint of endeavouring to seize you, which would have been an affront to your understanding, and would instantly have sidled off in the direction of the plump sister. She often cried out that it wasn't fair, and it really was not. But when at last he caught her, when in spite of all her silken rustlings and her rapid flutterings past him,
And her
he got her into a
plumpness.
corner whence there was no escape, then his conduct was the most execrable. For his pretending not to know her, his pretending that it was necessary to touch her headdress, and further to assure himself of her identity by pressing a certain ring upon her finger and a certain chain about her neck, was vile, monstrous. No doubt she told him her opinion of it when, another blind man being in office, they were so very confidential together behind the curtains.
Oh my.
Scrooge's niece was not one of the blind man's party, but was made comfortable with a large chair and a footstool in a snug corner, where the ghost and Scrooge were close behind her. But she joined in the forfeits, and loved her love to admiration with all the letters of the alphabet. Likewise, at the game of how, when, and where, she was very great, and, to the secret joy of Scrooge's nephew, beat her sisters hollow, though they were sharp girls too, as Topper could have told you. There might have been 20 people there, young and old, but they all played, and so did Scrooge, for wholly forgetting, in the interest he had in what was going on, that his voice made no sound in their ears. He sometimes came out with his guess quite loud, and very often guessed right too, for the sharpest needle best Whitechapel warranted not to cut in the eye was not sharper than Scrooge, blunt as he took it in his head to be.
Ever throw open his box and started dishing out his new invention to everyone. Okay. Incredible. Like bags with handles that can connect to a wandy thing that you hold in your hand. Hmm? Got like your washies. Only when you press the button it didn't squirt water but ice cream. So this has been ice cream I've been taking off. Ice cream and coal dust. Within seconds we put out the fire. Probably should have stopped there, but we're just too much fun. Fun. Difference of it. Bitch. I know they're elves, so there has to be a level of mischievousness, but like, I wonder how big Santa is in this world. It's implying that Santa's a giant, which I've always thought to be true. Santa should be slightly taller than the average person. No, because I'm slightly taller than the average person in some countries. Tallest person in like 7 foot, 8 foot, that sort of thing. It's tall. Motherfucking, he's a tall motherfucker. Big fat motherfucker. The real Santa Claus beats the shit out of the founder of the Aryan faith. Aryan, there. I'm sure coating all these clothes in water, then they have to wear them out and about. Yeah. Here. And of course, some of these are just like borderline invisible. Nice. Santa's hat, just like the one I'm wearing. Only mine is Ronald McDonald on the front. Well, it has his name. Kind of phased out Ronald McDonald now. Maybe they don't want kids to be too focused on goody goody anymore. Little drops here, there, everywhere. It's gonna drive me, a little bit spooky, a little bit crazy. I see you. And you. Alright, back to this.
The ghost was greatly pleased to find him in this mood, and looked upon him with such favour that he begged like a boy to be allowed to stay until the guests departed. But this, the spirit said, could not be done.
Here is a new game, said Scrooge. 1/2 hour, spirit, only one.
It was a game called Yes and No, where Scrooge's nephew had to think of something, and the rest must find out what. He only answering to their questions yes or no, as the case was. The brisk fire of questioning to which he was exposed elicited from him that he was thinking of an animal, a live animal, rather a disagreeable animal, a savage animal, an animal that growled and grunted sometimes, and talked sometimes, and lived in London, and walked about the streets, and wasn't made a show of, and wasn't led by anybody,
Jack
and
the
didn't live in a
Ripper!
menagerie, and was never killed in a market, and was not a horse, or an ass, or a cow, or a bull, or a tiger, or a dog, or a pig, or a cat, or a bear. At every fresh question that was put to him, this nephew burst into a fresh roar of laughter, and was so inexpressibly tickled that he was obliged to get up off the sofa and stamp. At last, the plump sister, falling into a similar state, cried out, "I have found it! I know what it is, Fred! I know what it is!"
It's Scrooge.
"What is it?" cried Fred. "It's your Uncle Scrooge!" Which it certainly was.
Because of course it
Admiration
was.
was
This
the
whole world
universal
revolved
sentiment,
around an old man
though
being
some
grumpy.
objected that the reply to, "Is it a bear?" ought to have been, "Yes," inasmuch as an answer in the negative was sufficient to have diverted their thoughts from Mr. Scrooge, supposing they had ever had any tendency that way.
He has given us plenty of merriment, I am sure,
said Fred,
and it would be ungrateful not to drink his health. Here is a glass of mulled wine ready to our hand at the moment, and I say, Uncle Scrooge."
"Well, Uncle Scrooge," they cried.
"A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to the old man, whatever he is,"
said Scrooge's nephew. "He wouldn't take it from me, but he may have it, nevertheless. Uncle Scrooge." Uncle Scrooge had imperceptibly become so gay and light of heart that he would have pledged the unconscious company in return, and thanked them in an inaudible speech, if the ghost had given him time. But the whole scene passed off in the breath of the last words spoken by his nephew, and he and the spirit were again upon their travels. Much they saw, and far they went,
Right?
and many
Some of the
homes they
movies,
visited,
he's very
but always with a happy
quick
end.
to realize
The
his
spirit
errors.
stood beside sick beds,
He's
and
not
they were
fighting
cheerful.
back.
On foreign lands,
But I've always
and they
found
were
that
close at
interesting.
home,
Him like trying
by
to defend
struggling
himself,
men,
and they just
and they
break
were
down
patient in their greater
why
hope,
he's being a piece
by
of shit
poverty, and it was rich,
more, and he has a sort of
in
more defensive
almshouse,
angle.
hospital, and jail, in misery's every refuge, where vain man, in his little brief authority, had not made fast the door, and barred the spirit out. He left his blessing, and taught Scrooge his precepts. It was a long night, if it were only a night, but Scrooge had his doubts of this, because the Christmas holidays appeared to be condensed into the space of time they passed together. It was strange, too, that, while Scrooge remained unaltered in his outward form, the ghost grew older, clearly older. Scrooge had observed this change, but never spoke of it, until they left a children's 12th night party, when, looking at the spirit as they stood together in an open place, he noticed that its hair was grey.
"Are spirits' lives so short?"
asked Scrooge.
"My life upon this globe is very brief,"
replied the ghost. "It ends tonight."
"Tonight?"
cried Scrooge.
"Tonight at midnight. Hark! The time is drawing near."
The chimes were ringing the 11:15 at that moment.
"Forgive me if I am not justified in what I ask,"
said Scrooge, looking intently at the spirit's robe.
"but I see something strange and not belonging to yourself protruding from your skirts. Is it a foot or a claw?"
"It might be a claw, for the flesh there is upon it," was the spirit's sorrowful reply. "Look here." From the foldings of its robe, it brought 2 children, wretched, abject, frightful, hideous, miserable. They knelt down at its feet and clung upon the outside of its garment.
"Oh, man! Look here! Look down here!"
exclaimed the ghost. They were a boy and girl, yellow, meagre, ragged, scowling, wolfish, but prostrate too in their humility. Where graceful youth should have filled their features out and had touched them with its freshest tints, a stale and shriveled hand, like that of age, had pinched and twisted them and pulled them into shreds. Where angels might have sat enthroned, devils lurked and glared out menacing. No change,
Poor
no
people.
degradation,
Scary.
no perversion of humanity in any grade, through all the mysteries of wonderful creation, as monsters half so horrible and dread. Scrooge started back, appalled. Having them shown to him in this way, he tried to say they were fine children, but the words choked themselves, rather than be parties to a lie of such enormous magnitude.
Spirit, are they yours?
Scrooge could say no more.
They are man's,
said the spirit, looking down upon them.
and they cling to me, appealing from their fathers. This boy is ignorance, this girl is want. Beware of them both, and all of their degree. But most of all, beware this boy, for on his brow I see that written which is doom, unless the writing be erased. Deny it,
cried the spirit, stretching out his hand towards the city.
slander those who tell it ye. Admit it for your factious purposes, and make it worse, and bide the end.
Have they no refuge or resource?
cried Scrooge.
Are there no prisons?
said the spirit, turning on him for the last time with his own words.
Are there no workhouses?
The bell struck 12. Scrooge looked about him for the ghost, and saw it not. As the last stroke ceased to vibrate, he remembered the prediction of old Jacob Marley, and lifting up his eyes, beheld a solemn phantom, draped and hooded, coming like a mist along the ground towards him.
It goes quickly.
Stave 4. The last of the spirits. The phantom slowly, gravely, silently approached. When it came near him, Scrooge bent down upon his knee, for in the very air through which this spirit moved, it seemed to scatter gloom and mystery. It was shrouded in a deep black garment, which concealed its head, its face, its form, and left nothing of it visible, save one outstretched hand. But for this, it would have been difficult to detach its figure from the night, and separate it from the darkness by which it was surrounded. He felt that it was tall and stately when it came beside him, and that its mysterious presence filled him with a solemn dread. He knew no more, for the spirit neither spoke nor moved.
I am in the presence of the ghost
What
of
movie?
Christmas yet to come,
said Scrooge.
Movies rated
The
PG.
spirit answered not,
Oh,
but
but
pointed
impressed they
onward with
had
its hand.
PG.
You are about to show me shadows of the things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us,
Scrooge pursued.
Is that so, spirit?
The upper portion of the garment was contracted for an instant in its folds, as if the spirit had inclined its head. That was the only answer he received. Although well used to ghostly company by this time, Scrooge feared the silent shape so much that his legs trembled beneath him, and he found that he could hardly stand when he prepared to follow it. The spirit paused a moment, as observing his condition, and giving him time to recover. But Scrooge was all the worse for this. It thrilled him with a vague, uncertain horror to know that, behind the dusky shroud, there were ghostly eyes intently fixed upon him, while he, though he stretched his own to the utmost, could see nothing but a spectral hand and one great heap of black.
Ghost of the future,
He exclaimed.
I fear you more than any spectre I have seen. But as I know your purpose is to do me good, and as I hope to live to be another man from what I was, I am prepared to bear your company, and do it with a thankful heart. Will you not speak to me?
It gave him no reply. The hand was pointed straight before them.
Lead on,
said Scrooge.
lead on. The night is waning fast, and it is precious time to me, I know. Lead on, spirit.
The
Basically a
phantom
recount
moved
of
away
Dante
as it
as
had
well.
come towards him. Scrooge followed in the shadow of its dress, which bore him up, he thought, and carried him along. They scarcely seemed to enter the city, but the city rather seemed to spring up about them and encompass them with its own act. But there they were, in the heart of it, on change, amongst the merchants, who hurried up and down and chinked the money in their pockets, and conversed in groups, and looked at their watches, and trifled thoughtfully with their great gold seals and so forth, as Scrooge had seen them often. The spirit stopped beside one little knot of businessmen. Observing that the hand was pointed to them, Scrooge advanced to listen to their talk.
"No,"
said a great fat man with a monstrous chin.
"I don't know much about it either way. I only know he's dead."
"When did he die?" inquired another.
"Last night, I believe."
"Why, what was the matter with him?" asked a third, taking a vast quantity of snuff out of a very large snuff box. "I thought he'd never die."
"God knows,"
said the first with a yawn.
"What has he done with his money?"
asked a red-faced gentleman with a pendulous excrescence on the end of his nose that shook like the gills of a turkey cock.
"I haven't heard,"
said the man with the large chin, yawning again.
"Left it to his company, perhaps. He hasn't left it to me, that's all I know."
This pleasantry was received with a general laugh.
"It's likely to be a very cheap funeral,"
said the same speaker.
"for upon my life I don't know of anybody to go to it.
Suppose we make up a party and volunteer?"
I don't mind going if a lunch is provided,"
observed the gentleman with the excrescence on his nose.
"but I must be fed if I make one."
Another laugh.
"Well, I am the most disinterested among you after all,"
said the first speaker.
"for I never wear black gloves, and I never eat lunch. But I'll offer to go if anybody else will. When I come to think of it, I'm not at all sure that I wasn't his most particular friend, for we used to stop and speak whenever we met. Bye-bye."
Speakers and listeners strolled away and mixed with other groups. Scrooge knew the men and looked towards the spirit for an explanation. The phantom glided on into a street.
The Phantom stared at Scrooge like, seriously, bitch, you haven't put two and two together yet.
Thinking that the explanation might lie here. He knew these men also perfectly. They were men of business, very wealthy, and of great importance. He had made a point always of standing well in their esteem, in a business point of view, that is. Strictly in a business point of view. "How are you?" said one.
"How are you?"
returned the other.
Hear that? That's why you
"Well,"
don't.
said the first, "Old Scratch has got his own at last, hey?"
"So I am told,"
returned the
Yeah,
second.
you don't respond to...
"Cold, isn't it? Seasonable for Christmas time. You are not a skater, I suppose?"
"No, no. Something else to think of. Good morning."
Not another word. That was their meeting, their conversation, and their parting. Scrooge was at first inclined to be surprised that the spirit should attach importance to conversations apparently so trivial, but feeling assured that they must have some hidden purpose, he set himself to consider what it was likely to be. They could scarcely be supposed to have any bearing on the death of Jacob, his old partner, for that was past, and this ghost's province was the future. Nor could he think of anyone immediately connected with himself to whom he could apply them, but nothing doubting that, to whomsoever they applied, they had some latent moral for his own improvement, he resolved to treasure up every word he heard, and everything he saw, and especially to observe the shadow of himself when it appeared, for he had an expectation that the conduct of his future self would give him the clue he missed, and would render the solution of these riddles easy. He looked about in that very place for his own image, but another man stood in his accustomed corner, and though the clock pointed to his usual time of day for being there, he saw no likeness of himself among the multitudes that poured in through the porch. It gave him little surprise, however, for he had been revolving in his mind a change of life, and thought and hoped he saw his newborn resolutions carried out in this. Quiet and dark, beside him stood the phantom, with its outstretched hand. When he roused himself from his thoughtful quest, he fancied, from the turn of the hand and its situation in reference to himself, that the unseen eyes were looking at him keenly. It made him shudder and feel very cold. They left the busy scene and went into an obscure part of the town, where Scrooge had never penetrated before, although he recognized its situation and its bad repute. The ways were foul and narrow, the shop and houses wretched, the people half naked, drunken, slipshod, ugly. Alleys and archways, like so many cesspools, disgorged their offences of smell and dirt and life upon the straggling streets, and the whole quarter reeked with crime, with filth and misery. Far in this den of infamous resort, there was a low-browed, beetling shop, below a penthouse roof, where iron, old rags, bottles, bones, and greasy offal were bought. Upon the floor within were piled up heaps of rusty keys, nails, chains, hinges, files, scales, weights, and refuse iron of all kinds. Secrets that few would like to scrutinize were bred and hidden in mountains of unseemly rags, masses of corrupted fat, and sepulchres of bones.
The dead
Sitting
bag.
in among the wares he dealt in, by
I've
a
had to deal with
charcoal
them.
stove made of
Not
old
fun.
bricks, was a grey-haired rascal, nearly 70 years of age, who had screened himself from the cold air without by a frowsy curtaining of miscellaneous tatters hung upon a line, and smoked his pipe in all the luxury of calm retirement. Scrooge and the phantom came into the presence of this man, just as a woman with a heavy bundle slunk into the shop. But she had scarcely entered when another woman, similarly laden, came in too, and she was closely followed by a man in faded black, who was no less startled by the sight of them than they had been upon the recognition of each other. After a short period of blank astonishment, in which the old man with the pipe had joined them, they all three burst into a laugh.
"Let the charwoman alone to be the first,"
cried she who had entered first.
"let the laundress alone to be the second, and let the undertaker's man alone to be the third. Look here, old Joe, here's a chance, if we haven't all three met here without meaning it."
You couldn't have met in a better place,
said old Joe, removing his pipe from his mouth.
Come into the parlour. You were made free of it long ago, you know, and the other two ain't strangers. Stop till I shut the door of the shop. Oh, how it squeaks. There ain't such a rusty bit of metal in the place as its own hinges, I believe, and I'm sure there's no such old bones here as mine. We're all suitable to our calling. We're well matched. Come into the parlour. Come into the parlour.
He sounds like he's having a
The
good
parlour
time.
was the space behind the screen of rags. The old man raked the fire together with an old stair rod, and having trimmed his smoky lamp, for it was night, with the stem of his pipe, put it into his mouth again. While he did this, the woman who had already spoken threw her bundle on the floor, and sat down in a flaunting manner on a stool, crossing her elbows on her knees, and looking with a bold defiance at the other two.
"What odds then? What odds, Mrs. Dilber?" said the woman. "Every person has a right to take care of themselves. He always did." "That's true indeed," said the laundress. "No man more so." "Why then, don't stand staring as if you was afraid, woman. Who's the wiser? We're not going to pick holes in each other's coats, I suppose?" "No, indeed," said Mrs. Dilber and the man together. "We should hope not." "Very well then," cried the woman. "That's enough. Who's the worse for the loss of a few things like these? Not a dead man, I suppose?" "No, indeed," said Mrs. Dilber, laughing. If he wanted to keep him after he was dead, a wicked old screw, pursued the woman, why wasn't he natural in his lifetime? If he had been, he'd have had somebody to look after him when he was struck with death, instead of lying, gasping out his last there, alone by himself. It's the truest word that ever was spoke, said Mrs. Dilber. It's a judgment on him. I wish it was a little heavier judgment, replied the woman. And it should have been, you may depend upon it, if I could have laid my hands on anything else. Open that bundle, old Joe,
Holy
and let me know the value
and more
of it.
death!
Speak
More
out
like
plain.
just murder!
I'm not afraid to be the first, nor afraid for them to see it. We knew pretty well that we were helping ourselves before we met here, I believe. It's no sin. Open the bundle, Joe.
It technically
But the
isn't a
gallantry of
sin!
her friends would not allow of this, and the man in faded black, mounting the breach first, produced his plunder. It was not extensive. A seal or two, a pencil case, a pair of sleeve buttons, and a brooch of no great value were all. They were severally examined and appraised by old Joe, who chalked the sums he was disposed to give for each upon the wall, and added them up into a total when he found that there was nothing more to come. That's your account, said Joe, and I wouldn't give another sixpence if I was to be boiled for not doing it. Who's next? Mrs. Dilber was next. Sheets and towels, a little wearing apparel, 2 old-fashioned silver teaspoons, a pair of sugar tongs, and a few boots. Her account was stated on the wall in the same manner. I always give too much to ladies. It's a weakness of mine, and that's the way I ruin myself, said old Joe.
Amen,
That's your
brother.
account. If you asked me for another penny and made it an open question, I'd repent of being so liberal and knock off half a crown. And now undo my bundle, Joe, said the first woman. Joe went down on his knees for the greater convenience of opening it, and, having unfastened a great many knots, dragged out a large heavy roll of some dark stuff. What do you call this? Said Joe. Bed curtains? Ah, returned the woman, laughing and leaning forward on her crossed arms. Bed curtains. You don't mean to say you took 'em down, rings and all, with him lying there? Said Joe. Yes, I do, replied the woman. Why not? You were born to make your fortune, said Joe, and you'll certainly do it. I certainly shan't hold my hand when I can get anything in it by reaching it out, for the sake of such a man as he was, I promise you, Joe, returned the woman coolly. Don't drop that oil upon the blankets now. His blankets? Asked Joe. Who else's, do you think? Replied the woman. He isn't likely to take cold without 'em, I dare say. I hope he didn't die of anything catching, eh? Said old Joe, stopping in his work and looking up. Don't you be afraid of that, returned the woman. I ain't so fond of his company that I'd loiter about him for such things if he did. Oh, you may look through that shirt till your eyes ache, but you won't find a hole in it, nor a threadbare place. It's the best he had, and a fine one too. They'd have wasted it if it hadn't been for me. What do you call wasting of it? Asked old Joe. Putting it on him to be buried in, to be sure, replied the woman with a laugh. Somebody was fool enough to do it, but I took it off again. If calico ain't good enough for such a purpose, it isn't good enough for anything. It's quite as becoming to the body. He can't look uglier than he did in that one. Scrooge listened to this dialogue in horror. As they sat grouped about their spoil in the scanty light afforded
Either
by the old
versions of
man's
him would
lamp,
understand.
he viewed them with a detestation and disgust which could hardly have been greater, though they had been obscene demons marketing the corpse itself. Laughed the same woman, when old Joe, producing a flannel bag with money in it, told out their several gains upon the ground. This is the end of it, you see. He frightened everyone away from him when he was alive, to profit us when he was dead. Spirit, said Scrooge, shuddering from head to foot. I see. The case of this unhappy man might be my own. My life tends that way now. Merciful heaven, what is this?
He recoiled in terror, for the scene had changed, and now he almost touched a bed, a bare, uncurtained bed, on which, beneath a ragged sheet, there lay a something covered up, which, though it was dumb, announced itself in awful language. The room was very dark, too dark to be observed with any accuracy, though Scrooge glanced round it in obedience to a secret impulse, anxious to know what kind of room it was. A pale light, rising in the outer air, fell straight upon the bed, and on it, plundered and bereft, unwatched, unwept, uncared for, was the body of this man. Scrooge glanced towards the phantom. Its steady hand was pointed to the head. The cover was so carelessly adjusted that the slightest raising of it, the motion of a finger upon Scrooge's part, would have disclosed the face. He thought of it, felt how easy it would be to do, and longed to do it. But he had no more power to withdraw the veil than to dismiss the spectre at his side. Oh, cold, cold, rigid, dreadful death, set up thine altar here, and dress it with such terrors as thou hast at thy command, for this is thy dominion. But of the loved, revered, and honoured head, thou canst not turn one hair to thy dread purposes, or make one feature odious. It is not that the hand is heavy, and will fall down when released. It is not that the heart and pulse are still, but that the hand was open, generous, and true. The heart brave, warm, and tender, and the pulse a man's. Strike, Shadow, strike, and see his good deeds springing from the wound, to sow the world with life immortal. No voice pronounced these words in Scrooge's ears, and yet he heard them when he looked upon the bed. He thought, if this man could be raised up now, what would be his foremost thoughts? Avarice, hard dealing, griping cares? They have brought him to a rich end, truly.
How about
He lay in the dark,
I'm now
empty
technically
house,
Jesus,
with not a man, a
or at
woman,
least
or a
Lazarus?
child to say he was kind to me in this or that, and for the memory of one kind word I will be kind to him. A cat was tearing at the door, and there was a sound of gnawing rats beneath the hearthstone.
Not cute.
What they wanted in the room of death, and why they were so restless and disturbed, Scrooge did not dare to think. "Spirit," he said, "this is a fearful place. In leaving it, I shall not leave its lesson, trust me. Let us go." Still the ghost pointed with an unmoved finger to the head. "I understand you," Scrooge returned, "and I would do it if I could, but I have not the power, Spirit. I have not the power." Again it seemed to look upon him. "If there is any person in the town who feels emotion caused by this man's death," said Scrooge, quite agonized, "show that person to me, Spirit, I beseech you." The phantom spread its dark robe before him for a moment, like a wing, and, withdrawing it, revealed a room by daylight, where a mother and her children were. She was expecting someone, and with anxious eagerness, for she walked up and down the room, started at every sound, looked out from the window, glanced at the clock, tried, but in vain, to work with her needle, and could hardly bear the voices of her children in their play. At length, the long-expected knock was heard. She hurried to the door and met her husband, a man whose face was careworn and depressed, though he was young. There was a remarkable expression in it now, a kind of serious delight of which he felt ashamed,
and which he struggled to repress. He sat down to the dinner that had been hoarding for him by the fire, and when she asked him faintly what news, which was not until after a long silence, he appeared embarrassed how to answer. "Is it good?" she said. "Or bad?" To help him. "Bad," he answered. "We are quite ruined." "No, there is hope yet, Caroline." "If he relents," she said, amazed. "There is. Nothing is past hope if such a miracle has happened." "He is past relenting," said her husband. "He is dead." She was a mild and patient creature, if her face spoke truth. But she was thankful in her soul to hear it, and she said so with clasped hands. She prayed forgiveness the next moment and was sorry, but the first was the emotion of her heart. What the half-drunken woman, whom I told you of last night, said to me when I tried to see him and obtain a week's delay, and what I thought was a mere excuse to avoid me, turns out to have been quite true. He was not only very ill, but dying then. To whom will our debt be transferred? I don't know. But before that time, we shall be ready with the money. And even though we were not, it would be bad fortune indeed to find so merciless a creditor in his successor. We may sleep tonight with light hearts, Caroline. Yes, soften it as they would, their hearts were lighter. The children's faces, hushed and clustered round to hear what they so little understood, were brighter, and it was a happier house for this man's death.
Now the
only emotion that the ghost could show him caused by the event was one of pleasure.
"Let me see some tenderness connected with a death," said Scrooge. "Or that dark chamber spirit which we left just now will be forever present to me."
The ghost conducted him through several streets familiar to his feet, and as they went along, Scrooge looked here and there to find himself, but nowhere was he to be seen. They entered poor Bob Cratchit's
how
house,
can you not know
the
by
dwelling
now?
he had visited before, and found the mother and the children seated round the fire. Quiet, very quiet. The noisy little Cratchits were as still as statues in one corner, and sat looking up at Peter, who had a book before him. The mother and her daughters were engaged in sewing, but surely they were very quiet. "And he took a child, and set him in the midst of them." Where had Scrooge heard those words? He had not dreamed them. The boy must have read them out as he in the spirit crossed the threshold. Why did he not go on? The mother laid her work upon the table and put her hand up to her face. "The colour hurts my eyes," she said. "The colour? Ah, poor Tiny Tim." "They're better now again," said Cratchit's wife. "It makes them weak by candlelight, and I wouldn't show weak eyes to your father when he comes home for the world. It must be near his time." "Past it, rather," Peter answered, shutting up his book. "But I think he's walked a little slower than he used, these few last evenings, Mother." They were very quiet again. At last she said, and in a steady, cheerful voice that only faltered once, I have known him walk with Tiny Tim upon his shoulder very fast indeed." "And so have I," cried Peter. "Often." "And so have I," exclaimed another. So had all. "But he was very light to carry," she resumed, intent upon her work. "And his father loved him so that it was no trouble. No trouble. And there is your father at the door." She hurried out to meet him, and little Bob in his comforter, he had need of it, poor fellow, came in. His tea was ready for him on the hob, and they all tried who should help him to it most. Then the two young Cratchits got upon his knees, and laid, each child, a little cheek against his face, as if they said, "Don't mind it, Father. Don't be grieved." Bob was very cheerful with them, and spoke pleasantly to all the family. He looked at the work upon the table, and praised the industry and speed of
What
Mrs.
a
Cratchit and the
fezziwig.
girls. They would be done long before Sunday, he said. "Sunday? You went today then, Robert?" said his wife. "Yes, my dear," returned Bob. "I wish you could have gone. It would have done you good to see how green a place it is. But you'll see it often. I promised him that I would walk there on a Sunday." "My little child," cried Bob. "My little child." He broke down all at once.
Oh,
He couldn't
actually,
help
this
it.
is a genuine thing. It's a
If he
great
could have
book.
helped it, he and his child would have been
It's
farther
called a
apart,
classic
perhaps,
for a
than they
reason.
were. He left the room and went upstairs into the room above, which was lighted cheerfully
Jesus,
and hung
so
with
great.
Christmas.
I mean,
There was a
it is
chair
literally
set
big.
close beside the child, and there were signs of someone having been there lately. Poor Bob sat down in it, and when he had thought a little and composed himself, he kissed the little face. He was reconciled to what had happened, and went down again, quite happy. They drew about the fire and talked, the girls and mother working still. Bob told them of the extraordinary kindness of Mr. Scrooge's nephew, whom he had scarcely seen but once, and who, meeting him in the street that day, and seeing that he looked a little, just a little down, you know, said Bob, inquired what had happened to distress him. "On which," said Bob, "for he is the pleasantest spoken gentleman you ever heard, I told him, 'I am heartily sorry for it, Mr. Cratchit,' he said, 'and heartily sorry for your good wife.' By the by, how he ever knew that, I don't know." "Knew what, my dear?" "Why, that you were a good wife," replied Bob. "Everybody knows that," said Peter. "Very well observed, my boy," cried Bob. "I hope they do. Heartily sorry," he said, "for your good wife. If I can be of service to you in any way," he said, giving me his card, "that's where I live. Pray, come to me." "Now it wasn't," cried Bob, "for the sake of anything he might be able to do for us, so much as for his kind way, that this was quite delightful. It really seemed as if he had known our Tiny Tim, and felt with us." "I'm sure he's a good soul," said Mrs. Cratchit. "You would be sure of it, my dear," returned Bob, "if you saw and spoke to him. I shouldn't be at all surprised, mark what I say, if he got Peter a better situation." "Only hear that, Peter," said Mrs. Cratchit. "And then," cried one of the girls, "Peter will be keeping company with someone and setting up for himself." "Get along with you," retorted Peter, grinning. "It's just as likely as not," said Bob, "one of these days, though there's plenty of time for that, my dear. But however and whenever
Is it
we
more
part from one
like,
another,
I
I'm
don't get
sure we shall none
why
of..."
it claims that it's a part of like this is a story that's saying that, oh, you don't need to worry about money or, you know, greedy or that. But then so many people are focused on just not dying due to lack of money. And occasionally, you know, they'll throw barbs at the wealthy for being submissive, but they're not tackling the wealth issue. Especially because if they are trying to be Christian, good Christian ideas are not very focused on wealth. They're usually the opposite. Well, you know, they're more high grounded. There's a absolutely brilliant video out there on why Christian video games or why religious video games aren't fun. What makes them intrinsically lame? It breaks it down very, very highly.
of us forget poor Tiny Tim, shall we? Or this first parting that there was among us? Never, father, cried they all. And I know, said Bob, I know, my dears, that when we recollect how patient and how mild he was, although he was a little child, we shall not
Tiny
quarrel
in his
easily
way.
among ourselves and forget poor Tiny Tim in doing it. No, never, father, they all cried again. I am very happy, said little Bob. I am very happy. Mrs. Cratchit kissed him. His daughters kissed him. The 2 young Cratchits kissed him, and Peter and himself shook hands. Spirit of Tiny Tim, thy childish essence was from God. Spectre, said Scrooge, something informs me that our parting moment is at hand. I know
So
it,
tell me,
but I know not how.
are you
Tell me
referenced at
what
all in the
man that
Bible?
was
Is it
whom we
not?
saw lying dead.
You'd be like a
The
demon or
ghost of
something.
Christmas yet to come conveyed him as before,
You're far
though at a
young, my
different
friend.
time, he thought. Indeed, there seemed no order in these latter visions, save that they were in the future, into the resorts of businessmen, that showed him not himself. Indeed, the spirit did not stay for anything, but went straight on, as to the end just now desired, until besought by Scrooge to tarry for a moment.
This court, said Scrooge, through which we hurry now, is where my place of occupation is, and has been for a length of time. I see the house. Let me behold what I shall be in days to come.
The spirit stopped. The hand was pointed elsewhere.
The house is yonder,
Scrooge exclaimed.
Why do you point away?
The inexorable finger underwent no change. Scrooge hastened to the window of his office and looked in. It was an office still, but not his. The furniture was not the same, and the figure in the chair was not himself. The phantom pointed as before. He joined it once again, and, wondering why and whither he had gone, accompanied it until they reached an iron gate. He paused to look round before entering. A churchyard. Here, then, the wretched man, whose name he had now to learn, lay underneath the ground. It was a worthy place, walled in by houses, overrun by grass and weeds, the growth of vegetation's death, not life, choked up with too much burying, fat with repleted appetite. A worthy place.
Been
The
to enough
spirit
of
stood
them.
among the graves and pointed down to one. He advanced towards it, trembling. The phantom was exactly as it had been, but he dreaded that he saw new
Right.
meaning in its solemn
So,
shape.
Before I draw nearer to that stone to which you point,
Said Scrooge.
answer me one question. Are these the shadows of the things that will be, or are they shadows of the things that may be only?
Still the ghost pointed downward to the grave by which it stood.
Men's courses will foreshadow certain ends, to which, if persevered in, they must lead,
Said Scrooge.
but if the courses be departed from, the ends will change. Say it is thus with what you show me.
The spirit was immovable as ever. Scrooge crept towards it, trembling as he went, and, following the finger, read upon the stone of the neglected grave his own name, Ebenezer Scrooge.
Am I that man who lay upon the bed?
He cried upon his knees. The finger pointed from the
no, it
grave
was
to
Winston
him
Churchill. Of
and back
course
again.
it was.
No, spirit. Oh, no, no.
The finger still was there.
Spirit,
He cried, tight clutching at its robe.
hear me. I am not the man I was. I will not be the man I must have been, but for this intercourse. Why show me this, if I am past all hope?
For the first time, the hand appeared to shake.
Good spirit,
he pursued, as down upon the ground he fell before it.
your nature intercedes for me and pities me. Assure me that I yet may change these shadows you have shown me by an altered life.
The kind hand trembled.
I will honor Christmas in my heart and try to keep it all the year. I will live in the past, the present, and the future. The spirits of all three shall strive within me. I will not shut out the lessons that they teach. Oh, tell me I may sponge away the writing on this stone.
In his agony, he caught the spectral hand. It sought to free itself, but he was strong in his entreaty, and detained it. The spirit, stronger yet, repulsed him. Holding up his hands in a last prayer to have his fate reversed, he saw an alteration in the phantom's hood and dress. It shrunk, collapsed, and dwindled down into a bedpost. Stave 5. The end of it. Yes, and the bedpost was his own. The bed was his own. The room was his own. Best and happiest of all, the time before him was his own, to make amends in.
I will live in the past, the present, and the future,
Scrooge repeated as he scrambled out of bed.
The spirits of all three shall strive within me. Oh, Jacob Marley, heaven and the Christmas time be praised for this. I say it on my knees, old Jacob, on my knees.
If you see me
He was
multiple
so fluttered
times,
and so glowing with his good intentions
always
that
watch
his
me.
broken voice would scarcely answer to his call. He had been sobbing violently in his conflict with the spirit, and his face was wet with tears.
They are not torn down,
cried Scrooge, folding one of his bed curtains in his arms.
They are not torn down, rings and all. They are here. I am here. The shadows of the things that would have been may be dispelled. They will be. I know they will.
His hands were busy with his garments all this time, turning them inside out, putting them on upside down, tearing them, mislaying them, making them parties to every kind of extravagance.
I don't know what to do,
cried Scrooge, laughing and crying in the same breath, and making a perfect Laocoon of himself with his stockings.
Oh, what?
I am as light as a feather. I am as happy as an angel. I am as merry as a schoolboy. I am as giddy as a drunken man. A Merry Christmas to everybody. A Happy New Year to all the world. Hello there. Whoop, hello.
He had frisked into the sitting room, and was now standing there, perfectly winded.
There's the saucepan that the gruel was in,
cried Scrooge, starting off again, and going round the fireplace.
There's the door by which the ghost of Jacob Marley entered. There's the corner where the ghost of Christmas Present sat. There's the window where I saw the wandering spirits. It's all true, it's all true. It all happened. Ho, ho, ho.
Really, for a man who had been out of practice for so many years, it was a splendid laugh, a most illustrious laugh, the father of a long, long line of brilliant laughs.
I don't know what day of the month it is,
said Scrooge.
I don't know how long I have been among the spirits. I don't know anything. I'm quite a baby. Never mind. I don't care. I'd rather be a baby. Hello! Whoop! Hello here!
He was checked in his transports by the churches ringing out the lustiest peals he had ever heard. Clash, clash, hammer, ding, dong, bell. Bell, dong, ding, hammer, clash, clash. Oh, glorious, glorious! Running to the window, he opened it and put out his head. No fog, no mist, clear, bright, jovial, stirring, cold, cold, piping for the blood to dance to. golden sunlight, heavenly sky, sweet fresh air, merry bells. Oh, glorious, glorious!
What's today?
Cried Scrooge, calling downwards to a boy in Sunday clothes, who perhaps had loitered in to look about him. "Eh?" returned the boy, with all his might of wonder.
What's today, my fine fellow?
said Scrooge. "Today?" replied the boy. "Why, Christmas Day."
It's Christmas Day,
said Scrooge to himself.
I haven't missed it. The spirits have done it all
February
in one night.
12th.
They can do anything they like. Of course they can. Of course they can. Hello, my fine fellow.
"Hello," returned the boy.
Do you know the poulterers
run.
in the next street but one at the corner?
Scrooge inquired. "I should hope I did," replied the lad.
An intelligent boy, said Scrooge. A remarkable boy. Do you know whether they've sold the prize turkey that was hanging up there? Not the little prize turkey, the big one.
"What, the one as big as me?" returned the boy.
What a delightful boy, said Scrooge. It's a pleasure to talk to him. Yes, my buck.
"It's hanging there now," replied the boy.
Is it? said Scrooge. Go and buy it.
"Walker!" exclaimed the boy.
No, said Scrooge. I am in earnest. Go and buy it, and tell them to bring it here, that I may give them the directions where to take it. Come back with the man, and I'll give you a shilling. Come back with him in less than 5 minutes, and I'll give you half a crown.
The boy was off like a shot. He must have had a steady hand at a trigger who could have got a shot off half as fast.
I'll send it to Bob Cratchit's, whispered Scrooge, rubbing his hands and splitting with a laugh. He shan't know who sends it. It's twice the size of Tiny Tim. Joe Miller never made such a joke as sending it to Bob's will be.
The hand in which he wrote the address was not a steady one, but write it he did, somehow, and went downstairs to open the street door, ready for the coming of the poulterer's man. As he stood there, waiting his arrival, the knocker caught his eye.
I shall love it as long as I live,
cried Scrooge, patting it with his hand.
I scarcely ever looked at it before. What an honest expression it has in its face. It's a wonderful knocker. Here's the turkey. Hello, whoop. How are you? Merry Christmas.
It was a turkey. He could never have stood upon his legs, that bird. He would have snapped them short off in a minute, like sticks of sealing wax.
That poor creature.
Why, it's impossible to carry that to Camden Town, said Scrooge. You must have a cab.
The chuckle with which he said this, and the chuckle with which he paid for the turkey, and the chuckle with which he paid for the cab, and the chuckle with which he recompensed the boy, were only to be exceeded by the chuckle with which he sat down breathless in his chair again, and chuckled till he cried. Shaving was not an easy task, for his hand continued to shake very much, and shaving requires attention, even when you don't dance while you're at it.
That's all.
But if he had cut the end of his nose off, he would have put a piece of sticking plaster over it and been quite satisfied. He dressed himself all in his best, and at last got out into the streets. The people were by this time pouring forth, as he had seen them with the ghost of Christmas present, and walking with his hands behind him, Scrooge regarded every one with a delighted smile. He looked so irresistibly pleasant, in a word, that 3 or 4 good-humoured fellows said, "Good morning, sir. A Merry Christmas to you." And Scrooge said often afterwards that, of all the blithe sounds he had ever heard, those were the blithest in his ears.
Blithe.
He had not gone far when, coming on towards him, he beheld the portly gentleman who had walked into his counting-house the day before, and said, "Scrooge and Marley's, I believe." It sent a pang across his heart to think how this old gentleman would look upon him when they met. but he knew what path lay straight before him, and he took it.
My dear sir,
Said Scrooge, quickening his pace, and taking the old gentleman by both his hands.
how do you do? I hope you succeeded yesterday. It was very kind of you. A Merry Christmas to you, sir.
Mr. Scrooge?
Yes,
Said Scrooge.
that is my name, and I fear it may not be pleasant to you. Allow me to ask your pardon, and will you have the goodness—
Here Scrooge whispered in his ear.
Lord bless me,
Cried the gentleman, as if his breath were taken away.
My dear Mr. Scrooge, are you serious?
if you please,
Said Scrooge.
not a farthing less. A great many back payments are included in it, I assure you. Will you do me that favour?
My dear sir,
Said the other, shaking hands with him.
I don't know what to say to such munificent...
Don't say anything, please,
Retorted Scrooge.
come and see me. Will you come and see me?
I will, cried the old gentleman, and it was clear he meant to do it.
Thank ye,
Said Scrooge.
I am much obliged to you. I thank you 50 times. Bless you.
He went to church and walked about the streets and watched the people hurrying to and fro, and patted the children on the head, and questioned beggars, and looked down into the kitchens of houses and up to the windows, and found that everything could yield him pleasure. He had never dreamed that any walk, that anything, could give him so much happiness. In the afternoon, he turned his steps towards his nephew's house. He passed the door a dozen times before he had the courage to go up and knock. But he made a dash and did it.
Is your master at home, my dear?
Said Scrooge to the girl.
Nice girl. Very.
Yes, sir,
Where is he, my love?
said Scrooge.
He's in the dining room, sir, along with mistress. I'll show you upstairs, if you please. Thank ye. He knows me,
Said Scrooge, with his hand already on the dining room lock.
I'll go in here, my dear.
He turned it gently and sidled his face in round the door. They were looking at the table, which was spread out in great array, for these young housekeepers are always nervous on such points, and like to see that everything is right.
Fred,
Said Scrooge. Dear heart alive, how his niece by marriage started. Scrooge had forgotten for the moment about her sitting in the corner with the footstool, or he wouldn't have done it on any account. Why, bless my soul, cried Fred. Who's that?
it's I, your Uncle Scrooge. I have come to dinner. Will you let me in, Fred?
Let him in? It is a mercy he didn't shake his arm off. He was at home in 5 minutes. Nothing could be heartier. His niece looked just the same. So did Topper when he came. So did the plump sister when she came. So did everyone when they came. Wonderful party, wonderful games, wonderful unanimity,
plumpness.
wonderful happiness. But he was early at the office next morning. Oh, he was early there. If he could only be there first and catch Bob Cratchit coming late, that was the thing he had set his heart upon. And he did it. Yes, he did. The clock struck 9. No Bob. 1:15. No Bob. He was full 18 minutes and a half behind his time. Scrooge sat with his door wide open that he might see him come into the tank. His hat was off before he opened the door, his comforter too. He was on his stool in a jiffy, driving away with his pen, as if he were trying to overtake 9 o'clock.
Hello,
growled Scrooge in his accustomed voice, as near as he could feign it.
what do you mean by coming here at this time of day?
I'm very sorry, sir, said Bob. I am behind my time.
You are,
repeated Scrooge.
yes, I think you are. Step this way, sir, if you please.
It's only once a year, sir, pleaded Bob, appearing from the tank. It shall not be repeated. I was making rather merry yesterday, sir.
Now I'll tell you what, my friend, said Scrooge. I am not going to stand this sort of thing any longer. And therefore,
he continued, leaping from his stool and giving Bob such a dig in the waistcoat that he staggered back into the tank again.
And therefore, I am about to raise your salary.
Bob trembled and got a little nearer to the ruler. He had a momentary idea of knocking Scrooge down with it, holding him and calling to the people in the court for help and a straight waistcoat.
A Merry Christmas, Bob,
said Scrooge, with an earnestness that could not be mistaken as he clapped him on the back.
A merrier Christmas, Bob, my good fellow, than I have given you for many a year. I'll raise your salary and endeavour to assist your struggling family, and we will discuss your affairs this very afternoon over a Christmas bowl of smoking bishop, Bob.
Oh, yeah.
Make up the fires and buy another
What's
coal
this
scuttle
Max
before
Miller
you
made?
dot another I, Bob
Bishop.
Cratchit.
Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all, and infinitely more. And to Tiny Tim, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, and as good a man as the good old city knew, or any other good old city, town, or borough in the good old world. Some people laughed to see the alteration in him, but he let them laugh, and little heeded them, for he was wise enough to know that nothing ever happened on this globe for good, at which some people did not have their fill of laughter in the outset. And knowing that such as these would be blind anyway, he thought it quite as well that they should wrinkle up their eyes in grins as have the malady in less attractive forms. His own heart laughed, and that was quite enough for him. He had no further
Bitches be
intercourse with
mocking,
spirits,
I be
but lived
jolly.
upon the total abstinence principle ever afterwards. And it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well, if any man alive possessed the knowledge. May that be truly said of us, and all of us. And so, as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, every one.
Oh.
Thank you for listening to A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. If you have enjoyed this audiobook, please consider subscribing and leaving a like to help in the making of future audiobooks.
Hmm. Oh, hey. Hey, Stephanie. Literally just heard the end of Christmas Carol. Ooh, happy Christmas. I am so ready to continue on because I am in no way starting to feel the endless, eternal lag whatsoever. But this was the decision I made with me, about me. And right now, oh, we're making good time. 15 hours now. Endless suffering. It feels like it. Oh my god, the amount of this game is very subtle in how it builds up the work. You see a huge room full of dirt and you clean it up. I mean, that's what the whole thing is. But the real trick isn't the giant wafts of dirt. It's the look at all those little dots. I have to find every last one of them and snag them. We are so close to finishing this damn level. Anyway, how has your day, your Christmas been? Otherwise, mine's been pretty chill. Woke up the final girly screaming at me that like I'm half hour late to the start of my own stream, and I've just been going downhill ever since. Hours. That's how long the bow block. Wow, that's. We need an Old Spice crossover now. They've done crossovers with crazier ones. It makes sense to have like a crossover with links or what do you guys call it? Acts. Leave that channel, by the way, was called Audiobooks with Idiot. Yeah, classic Autobot, classic Autobots with Ellie. Right, dude. If they're copyright free, he will talk about it. Ghost of Christmas Eve by J.M. Barrie. A Letter from Santa Claus by Mark Twain. Cool. George Orwell as I Please. Christmas Dinner. Christmas Tree. Sawyer and the Ghost. Hill. More Dickens. If it's 100 years between audiobook and between when something's made and when it becomes copyright free, like we should be getting like a lot of well-known IPs. Only reason I even celebrate Christmas is people that I live with celebrate it. I don't celebrate it for religious reasons. I don't celebrate it for family reasons. I don't have a very good relationship with family. But what I do have is what I do have is a genuine vibe I get around about this time of year. Like everything does sound and feel happy. It's weird. But this year I've got a lot of plans for next that I've started putting to practice and it's starting to pay off already. So uh, I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful. Uh, uh, I'm also very tired. No, I'm ever so slightly starting to get tired. I kept on sleeping when I woke up because I knew, like going back to bed for an extra few minutes, because I knew I'd need as much of it as possible. But you know, Eventually it run dry. You're doomed. You're doomed. It's C3PO with tech. You kids like your Star Wars? I like it. I have to watch Skeleton Crew. I hear it's actually pretty good. Always been a big fan of dude. He's very interesting. That's right. That's not right. There we go. Ladder. But why is the dome still have dirt on it? Doesn't still have dirt on it. Motherfucking dome. Oh, but no more. There we go. Red rocket joke here. God damn it. Haha, twofer. Everything's like 99% ready to be completed. So little moments like that in the world. Extra long nozzle. I wish there was something you could use that would just like auto nuke a room or like a tile or something. But there isn't. Giant bubble. Play trap. There. Dirt on the track. Up. Up. Would it affect OCD or would it just be too dull for you? Because with this game, it depending on who you're asked, it's like deviously addictive or maddening. And I can see the appeal on both. Like here, there's apparently a single piece of dirt on the track. I can't see it when I flash up. Now it's there. I see you. Got ya. How do we reach? That's the trick. Have to be very careful. There's no actual way of beating the game. They launch no? Yeah. Just seen this place hours ago. It was just in the end of the last episode, it was oh dirty. Then very slowly pour it away. Right? And you can't end the game. Now you can leave and go and do another mission. Leave it exactly as you left it. But yeah, you can't just half complete the level. It has to be 100%. And it started off very simple, like a truck, a van, and then it just kept getting crazier and crazier. There's a space 40k tie-in where you had to do a Land Raider, and the las guns were just, oh my god. Final Fantasy one was easy enough. I'll wait to see how they fuck up with the sequel. I'm thinking of doing. It has to be a short one with it. It just. I'll find one that is the shortest it can be. I saw there. See it. Get at it is not going to be easy. And in the real world, all this water would pool up. There you go. Also has a little itinerary list as well, which is so useful. But once you find the location in question, you then have to like basically pray to the almighty spraying god to be generous. Also, the prices for the things you can upgrade yourself with, economical. Like, look, I've got $1,000 for the first time. Let's go to power washer, medium duty. There, see? I need to be level 40 and get and have another grand, and then finally upgrade the Prima Vista. But we already have the Prima Vista because it's a special mission. So I'll just buy other stuff for own an urban and 4 of that. And there are cleaning liquids, but they burn away so quick. The research edition for the urban. An Oxford research study? Oh, cool. Did they do something with Oxford? Because that's neat. Alright. Obviously, you can also co-op it. The thing is, the 2 people I know who have it would be Girly and Metal Monkey. Metal Monkey's fast asleep, and hell, Girly's probably fast asleep now. And what's worse, they were in chat earlier, both of them at the same time. We could have freewayed this fucking Santa's Workshop hellscape. But no, I had to just talk bollocks about food. Actually, no, it's always important. Balcony railing, bunting, Sears checker base, Christmas tree light, present, door handle, entrance hanger, fireplace gong. there is a satisfaction, there really is, of getting 100%. I mean, the difference, and they know it too, because I had no idea so much of this stuff existed behind the gun. They also throw up a storyline, very simple one. The writing's actually good. Best of all, I got it dirt cheap, and the DLC was dirt cheap too, and a lot of the DLC was also free. With Christmas lights. One of these Christmas tree lights. Oh, one. Very wisely give your money in staggered amount rather than. Two out of 28. Hmm. The map is very clever. They know in advance about the angles they're gonna take and all that good shit. I've never played Dragon Quest. No. I'm against it. I just never got around to it. I just need some word about it. That's really it. The two hand girls with like violet hair or purple hair, clerics or something. They're very popular. But I don't know much about it, other than it's a very old and long, like very long game. Uh, But what well, you can see that's like an old PS2 game or a PS1 game even. Just the background being this cardboard thing. It works. Like in the 40K one, you're floating over Mars. Mars is just clearly a flat object. They weren't gonna put an extra 2 or 3 gigs to make it 3D, you know? This year coming, I plan to finish playing every Final Fantasy game that was bought for me all those years ago by you awesome people in chat. And I'm gonna get my hands on Final Fantasy 7, and assuming all's good in terms of time wise, do a co-op with Ken. Guide me through it. He is basically in love with the game. Beginning of Grotto Wall. Okay, where are you at? Find the button, of course. And you can't move the button. No, no. Look at that. Yeah. Around the bunting. What number is it at now? I'm also gonna get into Monster Hunter as well. Never played that before, but I have it. Looks good. And Hellblade. I'd like to get my hands on two God of Wars. Never played them. They recently played it. Remaster of Dead Space. There's a big old list. I'm gonna Pokemon it and I'm gonna catch them all. That's not even counting the old games. Yeah. Now how am I to get here? Oh, already did. Oh wow. What? Now some games would have just made this into a flat surface. Oh no. You gotta bunt with the big boy. Mother fucking bunting. Alright. Fuck it. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm breaking out the big boy for this. Multi-purpose. Go. Oh yeah. MLRS strike all over them. Carpet bomb. These the fucking bug back to the Stone Age. Something service guarantees. Damn it. There has to be an angle here I'm not seeing. Yeah, I'll switch over. I'll switch over to the ribbed for her pleasure model. I don't blame you. And I know some people watching would also get pissed off because I'm not doing it right the way they do it. And you know what? I'm getting anxiety playing it. Especially as I'm hitting this brick wall of this one bunting. And you know what? As it comes loose, as it gets smaller, and those little flashing lights get smaller and smaller, until eventually they are all gone. Oh, it is a great victory. And there you have it. Mother fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Nothing can hide from the Lord of Anti. You can even hear on the ground. Everything's all squeaky. There's a lot of great sound design. Oh, here's Checker Bay. Boop, boop. Found you. No escape. Pick a better one. Ah. as Teddy Ruxpin would say. Go, little left. Huh? The next DLC should be Asmund. He would sue for harassment, and you know what? In that case, as true as he really could, like as it really would be, it kind of would be harassment. I don't like the motherfucker, but you know, they'd be profiting over mocking somebody. Saying that if a modder were to make Asmund bad thing, well, he said he was gonna clean up, and then like I haven't heard a hide or hair out of him on that front. It's just him going back to being a fucking white nationalist wannabe. Hell, more. He's going after how women look when he looks like the Crypt Keeper's meth head son. You know, like he looks like he could be related to Syra. His own dad thinks he's a scumbag. Well, he probably doesn't think he's a scumbag, but he probably thinks he's acting like. And yeah, but you know, that right wing grift pays for his absolute filth layer. What did he say? Like, didn't he used to like leave a dead rat in the near the sun? So when the sun in the morning would hit it, it would act like an alarm clock from the hell. Like, oh my god, I couldn't sleep in a room knowing that there was a dead animal. And I've slept in rooms that I've heard during the night a mouse trap go off, followed by a very painful. Which, yeah, these are the old school mouse traps, the ones that they look like closing jaws. Apparently, it wasn't cheese they'd put on, like form scent. Work too. We haven't had mice back in years. Whole building stuff, but presents. One more. There it is. That's the fireplace. Still. Sword. Yep. I'm so glad someone had the smart have all the similar items to be. Oh, you can tag them to be separate. Oh, that's so useful to the point where it kind of defeats the purpose. I've been playing this for like 14 hours now. Balcony railing, haven't started on that yet. Bunting. Bunting! Oh man. Oh, come on, man. Fucking bunting. You don't need to be smart. You need to be smart enough to hire a lawyer. And then the lawyer can take over. He's smart enough to hire a lawyer because he has had legal. Can't get that big of a streamer staff. But oh, when that really cool animation of of Asmongold's apartment, where he was like the bug lord, came out. He went and tried to like not flag it. He basically tried to change the algorithm's attempt, like when you look it up. I don't know what the word fired now. Right, there goes the bunting. One more. There it is. And what you know? One of the best things they do in this game, when it's completely done, they have a little time-lapse video of you going around doing it. This one's going to be a long one, even if it is sped up. Naughty list. Oh, it's nice. Eh, official document. Not that many people in the world, is there? Probably characters in game. Well, you don't meet people, you get messages. Take the job. Employee door handler. Okay. This little hobbit hole they got going on here. Balcony railing. Yep. Oh. Nice. Fireplace. Fireplace. And one present from the fireplace. Giant bubble top. Let that 99% fill you. Well, where you at? I was sworn that was floating up by itself. Aha. That is nothing. Fireplace. Gone. Oh. A gong? That's a gonk, I resent that. Gonk. Something gonk, droid. Fireplace cover, yep. Yep. Be the one spot that is easily grabbed. Nice. Small grotto healing. Oink. Oh damn. Yeah, that'll do it. Grotto skirting. Grotto. One more piece of skirting board. There. Oh, that's done. A hire a lawyer, but not a maid. I know, right? He did have a maid for a bit, didn't he? And then he dismissed her. I remember hearing about that. I wonder if she just started complaining and he didn't like the sound of it. Became incredibly self-conscious. Oh. Right. Right. How do I make has to be an it? Little tiny it scrap. Not a man is full of terrible takes and everything except for souls. And it did have a terrible Dark Souls take. Was he the one who said that Dark Souls was like easy? When in doubt, turn to Voss. He will make a Dark Souls comment that almost certainly won't piss everyone. Or Yahtzee. Both of them absolutely adore the game. But they're both sick of the Dark Souls clone. Which is fair, because some of them seem really, really derivative. Not understanding what made them popular in the first place. Yeah, see, there. Good, good. That was one of many streams claiming that the Elden Ring DLC was hard. Then he actually finished the game. Everyone's gonna have shitty takes, but you need to not make it into a habit either. Because then no one should take you seriously. Grotto War. Hey. Ah. No? A little spot of yellow. Green. There we are. Lantern. Still more than 50. Bro. Lantern. No, yeah. 15, 15, 16. 3 more that are dirty. Holy shit. This is why if you just focus on one item at a time, it will pay off in the long run better. But, you know, your mind wanders. Oh, good. Oh, lantern clean. Found you. Uh, giant bauble top. Oh, good again. It make life so much easier if you just take off the glass top. Fuck, man. How much more are we talking about? Whoa. God damn, that's a lot of oh, can you do the... Yep. Okay. Data. Processing machine input. One. Sleigh ski. The sleigh was done. Sleigh lantern. Oh, stop cabinet. This place will be clearer than when they first made the mess. Hey, ho ho ho! I don't remember this being so clean. Just for Christmas pie. Christmas Eve tonight, 6 p.m. The snow globe. Please note, after last year's eggnog issue, we're no longer providing eggnog as a beverage. Aw, man. I wanted to see the drunken elf. Fabric cutter. Okay. Fabric cutter. Workshop. Ice. Time we looking at here? Nearly 4. Okay. That'll be doing this for 16 hours. Well, the time is a creeping. Is a creeping. Ooh. I won't break out the coffee until the final run. I've got a bad habit of getting adjusted to the coffee too quickly. Then where will I? I don't know about you, but coffee kind of goes right through me. Oh, the awful coffee we got here. Mm-hmm. If I make it too strong, exactly. I gotta make it weak. The problem with that, of course, is, ooh, What's the point of me making it? It's gonna be weak. We have to find that right balance. And do alright. The trick is to put a little bit of brown sugar into it. It doesn't taste completely like loam. Oh well, last time I heard he was on like Telegram or some shit, some weird nasty channel site. He goes after anyone and everyone. He's very confused why no one likes him, why no one pays attention to him. Even the trolls have left him. He just outright says the N-word now, just casually. And then he talks about Christian love and forgiveness. Like he doesn't mean like the N-word. Like you might just say just offhand. Yo, yeah. He's become so bitter and so angry. But believe it or not, it's another grift. I'm not really into the DP stuff anymore. In fact, I don't really like what Ben's done himself or the channel past year or so. So I just casually walked away, which sounded great because apparently he went on the warpath and banned everyone. One who fucking mattered. Rest will be banned soon enough. I got out just out of change of pace. Other people who generally gave a shit about him got booted because he was in a bad mood. Oh, and then speaking of TJ and Paul and all that, the stuff Marshall recently put out, I'm not having anything to do with that either side of the fence. But because someone who is on my Discord, Andrew conflated us both together and thinks that I'm supporting someone who is into some fucked up shit. Well, I'm not. Thanks for letting me, you know, say my piece before blocking me. Some really good Christian love right there. This is one reason why I'm not. The shit with Ben, the all the shit Josh has had to deal with, the shit Burn Toast has to deal with, like, I realized that the drama wasn't for me when I stood up for Raisin, when like a third of my community left, only to then, please, like, in the background, realize, yeah, okay, maybe John Moore is shit. But the more I think about it, the more I really don't care about any of it. I don't care if someone I know turns out to be a scumbag. It's already happened a few times. I just don't want to be involved with it. I don't want to have a statement, and I don't even want to kick them out. I don't. If I kick them out, then you don't force my hand to do it. That happened naturally. Oh, good. We're in the last 3 now, and it's not good enough for some people. So fuck it. You're coming. The drama's done. So is the lol cows for that matter. I mean, there's going to be occasional moments of it. We won't be seeing much of Cobes, but if he ever does that and like get arrested again or accidentally sets fire to his trailer or creates something on par with the bog reader, one with the bugs in it, then Then I will pop in to see how it's doing. I've never really cared that much about Christian, so here Daniel Lawson's in jail and probably will remain in jail for the rest of their natural life. Cyrax is just Cyrax, he's just bad. Danny and Rev are other people's fight. And a lot of these, like, lolcats, they just do the same shit over and over and over again. It, like, it never changes. It's lame. And sometimes, I won't lie, it's bullying. I don't like Brett, but he has been bullied. I personally burn it, but that doesn't change the fact. Like I was saying with Asmund, I don't care. What I want this year to be is a whole lot of co-op, hanging out with super cool people in chats, doing plenty of stuff offline, and just keep it talking about movies, games, crazy stories about exes. I want to be drunk on stream with a pretty girl as a guest, and she's telling me of some bizarre story of a date she went on that sends me into like borderline, like dry heaving of just laughter. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. I thought that wasn't going to end for like another 2 more hours. Oh. Oh. Santa, I hope you're fucking grateful. I saved Christmas. There's a xylophone there. Before we go, we have to. And nothing. No noise. Fuck off. Don't give me a xylophone, not let me play it. Absolutely love it. Look at this. This is the time lapse the whole time. Listening to Dickens, talking to chat, talking to myself, more time. I'm so glad it doesn't actually. That's satisfying. Thanks to you, Christmas is saved. All the machines are back up and running. Every present's been made, wrapped, and packed tightly in Santa's sack of infinity, ready for delivery. Unsurprisingly, Ivor's new invention was flat no from Santa. While it saved us on this occasion, Santa's reasoned that the occasion itself is quite niche, and that a spraying machine that covers any surface in delicious coating of ice cream might not be what grown-ups in this world need right now. Oh well, back to the drawing board for Ivor, but at least we get to have our Christmas party. P.S. Santa says you shot straight on top of the good list. Awesome! Thank you, Santa. Thank you, elves. Ivor, you're a menace. So thank you too. They won't let me leave. Oh, there. Need to do something short. But I don't know what that'll be. Do another Final Fantasy? No. Fuck it. Let's praise the Emperor of Mankind, the glory of the Imperium. Oh. Who's Tobes? Really? You've been out of the loop that long? I don't have enough time. I have hours left, but I have enough time today. check you out. If you don't know who King Cobra JFS is, that is a well that's almost as deep as Chris Chance, going back decades. Predating me by a good chunk. Marshall, yep. Going by Andrew now. Went on a drug trip and found Jesus. But that's his journey to go on. Nothing but respect. He's been a bit on the unpredictable side coming back from his vision quest. Hung out with Paul for a bit. They mended their ways. Now they can't stand each other. Andrew then goes and drops a fucking bad insult at TJ's door. I get wrangled up in the whole thing. Fuck. Hasn't cost me any subs. Haven't seen anyone angrily in the chat shaking their fist at me. Or supporting. I just personally think that he could have come and asked me, and I'm like, I have nothing to do with any of it. And if Andrew wants to go and make those sort of claims, have evidence, not to show me, show the fucking law. Ugh. Come on. I'm going to be making a video pretty soon, probably on 1st of Jan, just explaining the new direction of the channel. Because I'm lucky enough I don't have to do this as a job. I do this for fun. If I did this as a job, the fact I haven't made a single penny tonight would be a massive example of how I'd be fucking this up. But I'm ecstatic that we had nearly 80 people watching by the end of the last 12-hour stream. Don't think we'll get that many, although we're at 20 right now. 20 views so far. So there's a chance we can at least push 50. So if I combo that, the whole video would be like 150 odd. I'm ecstatic with that. I've been having fun. I've been chatting to people. It's been great hearing about other people's Christmas. I just do this for fun. Most people, if not all people, should just do this for fun. And even if they have it as their job, not to focus on what's going to get them the next click all the fucking time. Not the cost of their own fucking health. Ben looks like he's aged 50. Meanwhile, Billy, having more free time than ever, is streaming shit what he wants to stream. Doing shit he wants to do. He's fucking great. I'll be getting back into other people's communities in the new year. But I'm going to be really careful of which ones I join. Because a lot of them will have baggage I just don't want into. I just want to hit on pretty girls. And throw fucking like shade at weird cooking videos that aren't cold. If I sound drunk, I wish I was, but no, I'm just tired. It's finally hit. How many hours in? 16? Or yeah, 16 hours. 16 hours in, it's finally hit. Now the real battle begins. And not much I can do but endure it. No, he didn't leave DP. He's just on it less, which is freeing up him to do his own streaming more. He's stream. He's on local. He was on local live with Keem for a little bit. He's done other shows as well. He's doing a very interesting podcast that's very on off, where he talks to local musicians out of Seattle. As being a local musician out of Seattle himself, he's very well equipped for it. And he looks very professional when he does it. It's not really my cup of tea what they're talking about, local rap scene of a city I've never been to, but at the same time, he gets good views. I don't think we're ever going to see him wandering the streets again. The age of Zoltan is long since past, but oh, those were good streams. I'd love to see him go back out again. Hell, even IP2 is just gone. Like, Andy Dick is still streaming, but Jesus Christ, nothing ever happened. And when it does, I just feel sorry for the motherfucker. He's a junkie. The Captain Content, he's still putting stuff out, but he looks haggard too. And then Only Use Me Blade. Oh my god, that poor dude. He often has no idea what country, what time of day it is, what time of year it is, what his name is. Jesus. He's just so blitzed all the time. I've never seen EMTs go up to a streamer as much. Or the police. And they're not even swatting them. They're emergency calls because he just blackout drunks on stream. I don't find these people as fun anymore. I like to put all their best moments into a highlight, but it's not worth it to get. It's why people like Boggling Chronicles exist. They take someone like King Cobra and then boil them down to the choice moment. Then what you're left with is still what you're doing the same, but at least you don't have to go through all the fucking bullshit. I mean, I never really found Vorn Helton all that interesting, but someone did enough to put together like the most ridiculous bit, and it worked. It really fucking worked. Yeah, well, Diva Fried, in all fairness, didn't really go into lolcows. Even they moved away from that. The old internet's gone. It's all TikTok now. It's why Pitmonk went off TikTok. Became King Beard. If you haven't checked him out, check him out. He's really good at it. He's doing really well. Even Shabisky does really well over there. A lot of the new lol cows are like the crypto bros, but they tend to scam other people too. So they're not really cows. Um, all the conspiracy nuts have come back in a big way between the change of American government and TikTok as well as like Joe Rogan just believing anything that's told, so long as it's the right way you're telling. But don't worry, guys. He's unbiased and just open to new ideas. Such a coward. He can't even just outright say that he's a right winger. Same with um Jordan Peterson not coming out right out and saying that he's a Christian. He's a cultural Christian. Bullshit. At least have the balls to do it. But on the plus side, there is a whole new generation of young guys and occasional girls who just break down these cows, and that's the new one. I don't want anything to do with that, other than to praise them for going after the scumbag. But yeah, like that's not really what I'm interested in. As for what I am, kill stuff and stuff that will improve me, but not in a sort of like a let's go on a discovery of like all the hidden chakras, shit like that. No, I want to learn. By the end of by this time next year, I want to lose a few more pounds than I already have. I want to improve the apartment, and I want to build one thing, my own two hands. Don't know what that is yet. Maybe it'll be something as simple as a Lego set. Maybe it'll be something really cool like a deck. But I want to actually do it just to feel a sense of like accomplishment. All right. All right. Mm. Yeah, they put this in just before the start of the Space Marine 2. All right, I've got to do the tech priest voice. From Magos Pertinax Pius, Forge Temple, Ring of Iron, Mars. Chant of the unrelated hammer initiated. Tech priest. Though many of us have been stationed within the glorious Ring of Iron the time immemorial, none have borne witness to the caliber of warrior which now stands before you. Besmirched by the unholiest Xenos and Flora, it ranges for absolution. Know, then, that you will perform the rites of cleansing upon a dreadnought variant withheld this classified level of the chapter withheld. Once fallen, twice risen, now augmented by machine, the dreadnought will exalt the Omnissiah from Cornelia come. Addendum. This is a singular honor. Do not fail me unless you wish to transfer to the Scutari Impera spy. Glory to the machine god. Okay. So then. I had a plan this year to do that and I didn't. So many plans fell through. This one in the new year? Yeah. Oh, that looked like cardboard. Yeah, we're on the I do love how you're a tech priest though. You can actually hear your robo leg. Plonk, plonk, plonk. Robo leg. Here it is. Microplasma incinerator. Holy shit. HG abuse. Right. Let's start. Cleansing initiated. Cogitate. Clarification required. Ensir ounce rank tech priest. And yet. Ozzy pissed off I get this? Oh, is he a death angel? Angel of Death. Yeah, of course he's a space marine. Dark Angel. Tech Priest sanctifies Dreadnought, while Endseers obtains Prometheus. That's right. I get the job, you don't. Ha 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 ha. Na 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 na. I praise the Emperor, and you don't. Ha ha. Praising the Omnissiah. Protocol. Previous biographic information increases ritual proficiency by 3.56%. Limited combat history will be disclosed through communication chat tech green. It's a giant well. I've been a part of the Warhammer community since the 90s. It's gone through a lot of. You don't think you ever really have to buy the actual figurine. A lot of people these days don't. They just play the video games or they read the book. But getting into it is a little cheap. It's been cheaper now, never has been, because they release stuff like Kill Team, which instead of a massive army, it's like a small squad. It's still expensive though, because you've got to buy all the paint, and if you ever want to play with them in like public, which it's you don't do that unless you actually play with them in public. You don't go into the model. Although you could just get the models just to have, for sure. A lot of people do that too. But yeah, it's not a cheap one because you need all the paint, you need the tools, and then you need an army. Hell, you should even get a test army or a test couple of units first to see how well it is to make. And then, of course, you need the codexes. Tell you about the rules of your individual soldiers. It's a complicated. Been fun, but gotta go to bed. Good catching up for you. Yeah, absolutely. You get to go off to bed. I get to not go off to bed. It's 8 in the morning. I don't get to go to bed until 3 in the afternoon. But you know what? It has been good catching up. Don't be a stranger. See you in the new year. Have a happy new one. All that good. Each chapter. Yep, dark. Which, think about the dark. Yeah, that's way too. Yep. Nothing but metal. Vermigos asked I impart some account of Earthchapter's history to assist the vigor of your cleanse. Hmm? I sense fever that chapter's redemption to Astra. Dreadnought. Brother Zachiel. Stirs in you. Zachiel. Is well that he's induced slumber. Yeah, he's fast asleep in there. He'd probably kill me if he was awake right now. Few words do usually last the past in the ears of a traitor. I would not wish him to exercise his judgment in our current location. Yeah, honestly, just play the video games or watch the shows. Elda, and that's my advice. If you like playing Space Marine and Space Marine 2, Rogue Trader, all that shit, then yeah, go further and actually get yourself an army. At that point, you would have known what you need to do. Sort of. I don't want to buy anymore. I don't buy more Metal Cleanser. Out of stock. Oh, they punish you. You must be frugal in your endeavors. Evidently. Alright. At least this one's gonna be a bit shorter than Santa's Workshop. Sarcophagus activated. There. I wonder what the third thing is. They always give it in 3. Alright, they don't always give it in 3. But you got the phallic gun here. You've got the Land Raider from before. For Minelia, all chapter has scoured the galaxy for corrupt and the honorless. Ooh, very interesting you said honorless, because I think maybe some of the fallen might think that you're the one. These redacted hereticals turned their back on the Emperor and left us with no chance to remove any whisper from ancient histories. Yeah, they're called the Fallen. Recent excursion amidst a dense, covered forest of planets. Detected evidence of such. Yep. There's two types of fallen. One that are a bunch of chaos worshipping lunatics, and ones that believe in founding principles of the Imperium and would be loyal to the Lion, but they also don't think Luther made Made a mistake. Dark Angels can't really accept that fact, at least until the lion comes back. Then he's very, very different attitude towards the Fallen than they were expecting, which is, oh no, if they haven't fallen to chaos, then yeah, they can come back. In fact, why don't you go out and find them and bring them back to me so we can be stronger? Which, to say that they were a bit shocked by was an understatement. I still don't know what Cypher has to do with all this. He's very much someone's, like, cool OC and the dark, brooding lone steady. Hearing that there's be assault upon the nearby planet of Brother Zachiel is their chapter squad and the gathering forces. Okay. Seeks to obtain the artifact is of no importance to us. That's also a callback to the Ultramarines. Seek only identify this enemy who would have themselves push them completely. Archangels fucking suck. They do not care about anything but their own agenda. Not like the Black Templars. I love that noise. Mm-mm-mm. 7 more hours, huh? Look at that doesn't actually sound so bad. This game really has been a good choice to do this because it distracts. I like the distraction. Ah. Where are we at? What are we doing? Where are we at? Oh, and if it's 7 hours, that means in 1 hour I can go and have a. I can go and have a. I wasn't expecting that. Cool. I could go have me break in an hour. That'll be neat. Then it'll just be 6 more hours left. If I was a real tech priest, I would be pouring the living shit out of holy oil all onto this thing. And that's not a sexual, well, maybe it is a little bit of a sexual metaphor. I don't know. Alright. Looks like we're making some real changes. But what I don't like is that they only gave me one pack of metal de-oozer. Metal de-oozer. Almost sounds like a name. A JoJo name. Metal! We get back to that in the new year. If I can get as far as Stone Ocean, I'll be happy. What? Robolet. Come on. We can do it. We believe in ourselves. I do. Perhaps too much. Elvis arm. That's not what I'd call it. Robo Cod Pete's. Grab the box, bring it here. Didn't have to use the box once. Huh? There we go. Posterior armor. That's what I'm talking about. The holy glutes of Maximus. Okay. Only got 3 left now. 2 foot joints. Upper leg armor. Yep. Okay. Wrist rocket pod here. Nice. And the 2 foot joints, which are here because they're foot joints. So one. Nice. External service. Complete the Redemptor Dreadnought job. Hell yeah. I want to go to bed. 8 now. It's actually 8:10. Can't go to bed though. Yeah. Beep. Praise the Messiah. Tech breed through the expulsion of unholy residue of redact blasphemy. You've honored our illustrious subject. I feel the vibrate fortune of the Omnissiah surge in every atom of adamantine carbase. May the forces upon which it be to unleash define the Emperor's wrath. Agenda. Forge Temple grows even more inspired. You've been assigned right task force set to retrieve restricted artifact C class from withheld strategic Asamir. There, not yet done. Cognitive reset delayed. Expect your next sacrament. A Rogel Dorn battle tank. That much, so it probably won't take words. Task. Tech free. Time for your next ride. Rogel Dorn. Spirit from high world. Withheld. Classified. Down to biological foundness. Blunted gene spirit and demands its sacred symmetry. Intel. Rogel Dorn task will be under personal command. Eminent Commissar France. Has to Astrontail enforce immediate assault upon held. Strategic. Owing to the Rogel Dorn tank's personal importance to the Commissar, the system recorded directive to be issued during cleansing. Nature of this position contains certain sensitives, so I encourage you to accompany this cleanse with compilation wisdom of Magos Dogus Fastidius. The eyes of the righteous look without. There's an in joke here somewhere. I am too dumb and tired to see. Hideous and hideous dance. Sure. Data recording. Tech brief. No, I expect my tank to be flawless upon its return. Should this be the case, I will arrange for you to join my forces gathering to assault the world. Blank. Depending on what world it is, indeed, I am certain you will find the admirably within the ragtag collection of my van. Ew. Okay. Alright. Spotlight sorted. Main gun. Oppressor can. Interesting choice of paint. Midnight black. There's the old fire. I should really stop looking at the clock. It'll just take longer. Data recording. Among our number regiment, are you familiar with them, Tech Priest? Oh, I'm familiar with it. All of my number need encouragement from my power sword. I need to hold them back. Which power sword might you pull? Are you typing this while drunk? Too much Amasek and can live up to the great men like Yarrick, Gaunt, Kane. Beyond the regiment stands a company of Acadian troops. Okay. Wait, they're probably not all that important. They squandered by my divisionary vanguard is an understatement. That you possess the honor to fight alongside them. I clean vehicles. Okay. I wouldn't be good in a combat situation. Wouldn't the crew to be doing their own one? So, %50 now. Immersively short by comparison to the standard workshop. Finally, we have penal lesions. Oh my god, are you just describing fucking guard? Because I know what the guard is. Thank you. You get sent at the enemy until the enemy stops. Collect these from every corner of the galaxy. Redacted hyperbolic. Won't have them redacted illustrative of their cells while they can be put to use fighting for the glory of the Imperium. Ha! Perhaps I deploy you among them. Will you say acknowledge that masturbatories are a thing? Yes, that'd be perfect for an incident, Anarchist. Well, Franz, you are aware you have no legal right over me. Like, I don't even worship the same version of the Emperor as you do. Also, be interesting to see how you would want to fight a war without any weapons. Now, where's the ladder? And there's that. There for now. Really cool. This bad boy right here. Get inside the barrel. I know, riveting stuff right now, the way I don't speak, but you have to understand, A, at the time of this, no one's watching. On the way you know about this, either you've been watching off stream, like not actually logged in, watching after the fact, or you're just not coming up. So I have to go solo. All the while, the tumbliest, grumbliest is happening. I have to go. Uh, uh, the tracks, man. These fucking tracks. I was having a weird Disco Elysium moment right there. On the plus side, because it's basically black paint everywhere, makes the other stuff stand out. Unauthorized data override. Do not listen to the ramblings of the Infernal Commissar. Private Bolt. Between the Pyrenees and Praetor leads the Imperium Voluntarium on to be a part of this regiment. Haha. Better to rejected conjecture in honorable futility as a traitor than redacted unconfirmed concrete box. Hmm. All that's left is me and the sprayer. On the plus side, in 20 minutes, I can actually have my last break of the evening. By evening, I mean 9 o'clock in the morning. That's how the 24-hour clock works. Spray paint down here. Come on. Huh. Oh, over. And do the same. What it reminds me of, when you're in the airport and you can hear the engines of the planes making that sort of whooshing noise. Okay. Yeah, this bad boy's come together pretty nicely, if I do say so yourself. Want to try the fountain gun? Yeah. Front skid pay is nice. Now, would you look at this? The difference. It's actually not as great as other ones. Bruh. Bruh. Stop scaring me, bruh. Thanks. Thanks. Back adjuster. Or gore key. Okay. Now at 90%, we're getting into the weeds. What? Uh-huh. 10 minutes, and I go on my break. But so close, I might. I might just do it. Oh, kitten. Sure. Oh, I got one. A crossover they could have done. Airports. Airport cleaners is actually something I do know about, family-wise. And as such, I think it would make a great. It would just make it great. Uh-huh. There's also that game, I almost forgot about it. It's the one where you are in command of a massive fence cannon and you live inside the control room and you have to just do your daily routine. There's also this the Shipbreaker game. I want to definitely play that. Main turret's about to be ready. Wow, imagine being a gutter in this thing. It would. You just gotta die. Mm. Come on. Always something that has to be finicky. Alright. Stowed rods. Stowed rack. More rack. There are more rods. Alright. Ugh. Rear viewing stick. Track. Rear viewing. Well, like the name suggests, I'll be rear viewing. Yeah. Found you. Yay! Katie stands. Complete the Rogel Dorn belt. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Tentacles of Iron Soul complete. Update Tech Priest. It is as if the battle tank has emerged from the Forge Temple for the very first time. It is resurrected. Even the low hook thirst for glory. Even the toe thirst for glory. I'll advocate for your promotion to the rank of Enseer, along with further cybernetic replacements for your biology. Advice: in the interim, be sage for you to reflect on the Lord Donvis Pulse Varus Gamma 6. That which cannot be trusted must be removed. Praise the Omnissiah. Depends what it is. A Knight Paladin? Too many bits. Seen the detached house. Cards on the table. We live in an old house in Esher, the old house of Esher the eccentric actress who played Wicked Witch in that classic movie, and vanished mysteriously in the national park. Foreshadowing. We know all the rumors surrounding the place, but we also know we picked up an absolute bargain. We don't mind furniture moves around a little. That's just next level feng shui. Who cares about it? It'll be exterior is really getting to us. That other power washer in town are too scared to step foot in our yard. Oh, were you truly? Why is there like a massive amount of power washers in your place? All right. Okay, it is time for a break. Both toilet and coffee related. That also means videos. Okay. This was the guy from earlier we were listening to with the history, the thingamajig. King Cobra, food review. I swear I just saw King Cobra's hand moved. Wait, what? Jimmy Carter didn't see. Jimmy Carter finally died? No. Normally when he does something like this, someone had just died. I mean, he's pretty old. I want to listen to the Russell Greer stuff. Let's keep it merry. Speak of the devil. Franks who tries to poison. Well, we started with Charlie last time. No, I'm even going to use Charlie. Yeah. Ooh, alternate history hook. Already watched that. Yeah.
Merry Christmas! Tomorrow's the big day. I heard
Already
Santa
came and
Claus got a
went.
BBL this year, so I hope you've got the XL chimney so he can squeeze those playful butt cheeks down there and deliver his special presents for you that you've been asking for. And I even heard from a reliable little helper of his that if you leave goof juice out instead of milk and cookies, old St. Nicholas will be extra happy and might leave you bonus presents. And what if I told you that jolly old son of a bitch done paid me a visit a little early before Christmas with a gift that just can't help but put a smile on my face? A douchebag prankster just got arrested and is facing a Class 6 felony. This is the gift we've all been asking for. 'Tis the season, and they always say it's better to give than to receive. And this one brain-dead idiot fucking turbo moron prankster decided to give random people in a Walmart grocery aisle poison. Yes, spraying food with bug spray. This guy's good. He's got talent. I'm sure I don't need to educate you that bug spray isn't a safe thing to be consuming. It's literally poison. You could get very ill if you had consumed any of the food that he had sprayed with this. I don't know how someone gets this stupid. I actually don't know how that's possible. You could be chewing on raw plutonium and I don't think it could rot your brain as much as clout does. Like, this guy, his whole Instagram page is nothing but like committing crimes for some internet updoots. I'll go over some of his other recent stinkers here in just a moment, but I have to focus on this for a little bit here because this is unbelievable. It seems like he got inspiration from the Tylenol murderer. You remember the Tylenol murders? Well, I'm guessing this degenerate must have viewed that guy as a prankster. I'm sure all of you know the Tylenol murders, but just in case, I'll drop a quick lore recap on it. Many moons ago, there was a villain who swapped out Tylenol capsules for cyanide and then put the bottles back on the shelf. Buyers bought them, obviously not knowing they'd been tampered with, took them, and some people died from it. This is that same DNA. He is actually just poisoning strangers. He is tampering with their food with literal poison, and that's the content. Now, real quick, let's just set everything else aside here. Just throw it all into the shitter for a moment. Who watches these videos? Who is the audience? There is nothing to even be entertained by. Let's say he wasn't using poison. Let's say he walked up to the food and he sprayed it with cologne, or he sprayed it with fart spray, so it smells all yucky like ass. Well, there's still no video there. Like, what is there to even like kick your feet up at? He walks up, he sprays a little bit on it, he just spritzes it, and then he walks away. That's the whole video. What do you even get entertained by? Like, who watches it? I don't know. Like, how lobotomized could you possibly be? It is just the most boring turd burger garbage ever. Nothing is even happening in the video. Like, do you also throw your hands up when you're riding the escalator from the thrill of movement? Like, just watch some fucking jingling keys at that point. Holy Lord, it makes no sense. So even if he wasn't using poison, if he was just using anything else, it would still just be a trash video and a terrible prank. I don't understand who even watches this. Like, I can...
Teenagers, preteens, and other people who want to be like. It's a self-fulfilling idiot circle. It's like those kids from Spain that Charlie showed up like a while back, who would like torture animals for YouTube clout. And there was like this whole mini community of them. And I just like, you're like, oh God, who'd watch that? Well, a lot of kids find it funny. A lot of these kids probably also would have some very interesting ideas on the concept of consent, among others. You got me tea going right now. I know, more tea. Honestly, I don't I don't want my stomach churning. If I really can't stay awake over the next few more hours, then I'll do it. But yeah, no. I couldn't tell what was going on when Charlie was doing that. Of course I wouldn't. Almost broke my damn big mug. No. Okay. So yeah. So, I don't even think I'll watch the whole 12 minutes of this. But yeah, this guy sounds like a
Almost wrap
fucking
my
idiot.
noodle around kids being entertained
But
by douchebags
if
harassing
you
people
do
in
it,
public
people
because
will
they look
watch
at that and
it.
be like, whoa, he's bad. He's being so naughty. Holy shit. But this guy's whole page, which has hundreds of thousands of followers, is just another level of incomprehensible, embarrassing hoopla. Like, it's painful. If you tried to train AI on this guy's pranks, the AI would probably kill itself because it wouldn't want to subject itself to more torture and being trained on these kind of pranks. Anyway, though, goofballs being charged
Edit.
with 3 different crimes, a class 6 felony, introducing poison, and 2 misdemeanors, criminal damage and endangerment. From what I understand, he could face between 5 to 20 years from what I've read for this. I am hoping they don't play softball here. Like, there needs to be some kind of precedent set that you can't just fucking poison people for a prank. Like, come on. So what happened is he filmed himself grabbing a can of bug killer, which was Hot Shot Ultra Bed Bug and Flea Killer. Then he sprayed it on
Yeah.
fruit, vegetables, and cooked chicken. He didn't pay for the chemical spray or the contaminated food,
So he's
and
also
then
a
he
thief.
left. Apparently he had posted the video and was shocked by the reaction that people had to it. They weren't too pleased with what he'd done. According to police, once he left, he began to see comments online saying how horrible the act was and he decided to return and collect the items. What a saint. Now, before the charges were filed, apparently the fresh food was thrown away right after and no one was poisoned, which is actually a miracle because there was quite a bit of time that passed between him spraying the shit with
None
poison
that we
and
know.
leaving the store. The defendant returned about 10 minutes after he sprayed the items and attempted to collect the items he had sprayed, placed them in a shopping cart, and wheeled them back to the rear of the store to try and prevent people from taking the contaminated items. Mind you, he would not have gone back in if people didn't tell him to. If people weren't telling him that he might potentially
Yeah.
kill somebody with this, he would have never gone back in and people would have taken those items none the wiser and probably gotten very, very sick because, well, surprise, ingesting poison's not that good for you. And 10 minutes is a good bit of time to have passed with those contaminated items on the shelves. I can ejaculate like 3 or 4 times in 10 minutes. It's reasonable to assume that within that time frame, someone might have come in and taken one of those items and gotten super sick from it. This guy has a fucking chug jug of idiot potion at his house, and he is drinking that every single evening. How can you be so dumb that you didn't recognize that spraying poison on food can hurt people? And how could you have possibly...
I don't think he was thinking about that. He wasn't thinking that far ahead if he was thinking ahead at all. Instead, he was thinking, oh, oh, I'll tell you, I am. My biggest gripes right now are tired, cold, and my stomach's hurting. Probably from all those sausage rolls. And yeah, I have the last 25 cooking over there. Luckily, I can go to the toilet whenever I feel like, so meh. I am A little less cold now. We're all back. Eventually, I'll be too warm, and then the cycle will repeat. Hope this humidifier, when I get it, won't cause this. Anyway, let's see what Garen's up to.
Right, you fuckers, I'm gonna review your Christmas dinners. What the fuck is this? What is that? What is it? Put this back in between your fucking walls. Your house will get cold. 1 out of 10. At first glance, this appears to be quite a normal dinner. We have our turkey. We have our pigs and blankets. One normal sausage. Absolute wild card. How the fuck am I supposed to rate this? I cannot stand people who do starters at home. Who do you think you are? You're not a fucking restaurant. Bring me out my dinner and stop wasting my fucking time. Piss off. I have to be...
Everything gets all brought out all at once, and everyone partakes by helping each other passing stuff around. So if you see that, oh, I've got me, you know, like, oh, I'd like some of this with some of this, please. Boom, you get it. Yeah. Who are you fooling? You go at your own pace. Everyone does. I don't remember what I was talking about. Doesn't matter. Garen, keep me from dying.
Be honest and tell you, I hate your sharp plate and there's absolutely no way these sprouts are cooked. Okay, so the gravy, why is it not actually on anything? It appears to have been pumped in from underneath the plate. What exactly is this little morsel of gravy achieving? Who applied this gravy? Turn off portrait mode, you're not a fucking photographer, it's all blurry. What is this? Rice and ham and wedges and a salad? No, do you know what? I'm not giving you fucking attention. There is literally no food on this plate. 3 bits of potato. I swear to fuck, I've taken plates out of the dishwasher and putting them in my cupboard with more food on them than this. I don't know how to explain it, but your gravy is soggy. Like, it looks like it's thick, but it's like it's soggy. I don't think anybody's going to be shocked to hear that I fucking love this. It's in a gigantic Yorkshire pudding. 10 out of 10. I can tell by looking at this, it's really cold. Anyway, I'm done now. Follow me, I'm delicious.
Wow, Garen. I wonder what he'd think about mine. Is that 100 feck? Is that 100 feckin' sausage rolls? Is that what? Are you the reason why their price is skyrocketing? No, maybe. Do you shop in Tesco? Everyone shops at Tesco!
Happy Christmas, ye lovely cunts. Happy Christmas, ye lovely cunts.
Damn right. Been a very good year for him. Very, very good year. Whoa, why is it done like the style of a 1980s thing? Brad's been a great dad. Hell yeah. I didn't do a Merry Christmas channel update because I'm doing this. And it's already not Christmas. Oh, I've been saying it all night. I hope you've been really enjoying your Christmas. if it hasn't been finished yet. I am ready to go to bed, but I can't for another 5.5 hours. All these lore videos that wouldn't match for the channel. Oh no, no, Papa. Papa. Look. Look. Oh, he's so sleepy. Why so eepy? No, that's not for Chew. That's not for Chew. No. No, baby. Up, up. Oh, they look so sad. Aw, they don't know how to lift themselves. Aw, walkies. One of the best things a dog can hear is walkies. They get to sniff things. They get to look out windows. They get to look into windows, I should say. Ooh. All right. All right, report of the week. You take me away.
And this is Running on Empty Food Review. Well,
Ronald.
hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone watching. Welcome on and all to this newest edition of the Running on Empty Food Review series. I'm your host, Report of the Week. Thank you for checking in. Better late than never.
Morning,
This is another
Troy.
one of those reviews where the item itself has been out for a
I'm
little while.
lost much in the way of everything about me. The strange, bizarre universe. 5.5 hours to go. Can I do it? Hell yeah. Do I want to do it? No, increasingly, no. But fuck it, we're this far, right? We're gonna watch. We're gonna watch Running on Empty, and then we will return to the power washing. How goes your day? Passable, good, fun.
I've still gotten some requests to try this out, though, and I've actually been meaning to, so here we go. Wendy's has released a new burger for a limited time, and we're going to see how good or bad it is in this review. This is the mushroom
He's
bacon
dressed like a cartoon would show like a mortician.
cheeseburger from Wendy's, and I think as the name implies, comes with beef, comes with roasted mushrooms, so not any canned mushrooms. Obviously, there's not a chance that those would be on this at all. They roast them in house, of course. Comes
Oh,
with
of course,
bacon,
yes, yes, the
Munster
well-known
cheese,
mushrooms of
and a
Wendy's.
garlic spread. And you could get this as a single or a double. And again, it's just supposed to be a new mushroom bacon cheeseburger, some cheese, some mushroom, and then that garlic note as well. Now, as I said, you can get this as a single or a double. It isn't the cheapest burger in the world, though. I got a single just for the review. I just wanted to get it to try it. I ended up paying $9 for this. Just the single, mind you. No sort of meal deal, no sides, no drink. Just the one beef patty, bacon, the mushroom, all of that.
I couldn't eat that with the
$9
mushroom on
for
it.
this. So we'll see if it's any good or not. No sort of special packaging or anything. You can see right there the Wendy's creature.
The Wendy's creature?
Pretty
The
straightforward.
Wendy's creature.
I'd say.
I like that. got up. How was your Christmas overall? Trying to guess what mine was.
That's what it looks like right there. We have fork droppage right there.
Oh, wow.
Boy, this review is getting out of hand. Wow,
Get it? Because he dropped his fork? He thought he was being gang stalked.
this is some world-class excitement going on. I was trying to get it in focus, and the fork got knocked on the ground. And now I'm going to take a thumbnail shot too. This is crazy. This is unprecedented.
I see standards have dropped over the years since I've
Well, I'm doing this
watched
whole
them.
song and dance. I hope you can get a good view of this anyway. For those of you wondering why I make a variety of faces, doing the thumbnails, it's because I try to take a variety of possibilities into account, whether or not this will be good or bad, or anything in between. So, I usually take I'm cutting this in half. I usually take a thumbnail shot where I'm smiling, if it's good, one where I'm scowling, if it's bad, a neutral face if I don't really know what to do with it. Now, like I said, I haven't tried this yet. I have no idea if it's going to be any good or not. Most people hate this. Like I said, I don't know if that's going to hold true here, but most people really don't like this one.
I don't like the
Okay,
fact
we'll
you
see.
just
We'll see if
used
it's
a
any good or not.
damn
But,
knife.
let's find out. I don't understand how this got on the notepad. That's a first.
Ew. He's so dainty.
Anyway, it's going in.
The tiniest of bites. He looks like a bird. Not even a tropical bird. Just a bird. He's so unique. I mean, look at his glass. Look how he drinks. It's so.
Yeah, this is one of those reviews where even after the first bite, I already know where this is going. And I tell
Oh.
you, I'm not even really motivated to want to take another bite. Anyway, I'm going to, but that should already start giving you a heads up on what direction this is going again.
For a man who reviews food, he doesn't actually look like he eats food. Oh, yeah. I mean, hell, Popeye sucked when Crendar and I had it in Philly. It really went downhill. Not that Popeyes was all that great, but it was great by comparison to other fast food.
Pause the camera, take
Chipotle
a
was
few more
okay,
bites.
but that was only because we only had
I
ever had.
like the
I don't like the.
I like the
Oh,
hair that I found on this too.
what are you, Cobes?
That's just
I'm getting my
great.
tea. I don't want to watch.
You can sort of see the hair hanging there. It's
Eh.
baked in for extra flavor, of course.
This is minging, as we would say.
And I think you were probably able to see a good enough cross section at that. Not the first time I found a hair in the food, and happens a lot nowadays, so I'm not all that surprised. But anyway, I wasn't a fan of this one before the hair, and honestly, it's not some sort of major catalyst in anything. Finding a hair in this, it's just I saw that. I thought, what the heck? I'll outline it. You know, I just try to show the fast food experience for 2024. This burger I am not a fan of, and granted, you have to understand, I have no sort of aversion toward mushrooms or anything like that. What I've noticed, though, more often than not, is when you get a fast food establishment that tries to involve mushrooms in any capacity, with especially a burger, it usually doesn't end well.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, if I'm to get anything mushroom related, it's usually going to be at an actual restaurant where it's actually fresh. It's something that when they say it's roasted or what have you, you know that
I
it's
turned the
roasted
light
like
off.
it actually is, that it wasn't just some sort of slimy
The
canned
sun's up.
slop that they just,
What little
coughed
sun
out
there is.
or coughed
I'm gonna
up
go and open the
and,
blind.
put on this and then like to call nice, fresh, and roasted and what have you. It's actually going to taste good.
3.
And, that's all that there is to it. This on the other hand,
3.
yeah, the mushrooms themselves. I mean, like I said, I see what they were trying to go for here. They were trying to make this a more refined sort of burger, with a more mature, perhaps, flavor profile. But they didn't succeed with that. Instead, okay, the beef is all right for what it is. It's just their standard beef, square patty. That's probably the best part of all of this.
Okay, so it's a shitty burger. Got it. Thanks, Skeletor. Oh, who we kidding? Skeletor would make it funny. I'd love to watch Philomena, but we'd get in trouble. Tesco's most expensive cake. Okay, Garen, you got my attention.
Hello, how's she cutting? So
Wow, he put on a little bit of weight in the last 2 years, hasn't
I
he?
made a video there a couple of days ago about the price of things in Tesco. I pissed a lot of people off, particularly with the price of this cake, which is €25, which a lot of people thought was absolutely ridiculous for a shop bought cake. So, as a scientist, I had to do it. I went, oh, you cannot see it at all because of the filter. 1 second, fuck that. Anyway, as I was saying, I went and I fucking bought it. So let's have a tasting of this, see how it is. I'll get it out of the pack here and show it off to you before I go over it. Okay, so here it is. I have it out of the box. The box is fucking huge, by the way. You could get fucking 1,500 quid a month renting that out in Galway. But here it is.
True.
It's a little village. Now, it is a cool cake. Listen, I'll tell you, there's a lot of work gone into this. I don't know if they make it in a factory, if they're handmade. But look, little housings, a little chocolate trees, and little hills made out of, I don't know, frosting or something. And then there's this thing around the side of it, like a village scene. Can you eat that? Or is that like decoration, or can I eat that? Oh, you can eat the side of it. Isn't that class?
You can
Look
eat
at that.
it.
Okay, well I'm gonna cut a slice out of this. I don't want to do too much damage to it,
Slice?
because I'm gonna fucking freeze this and use it on my wedding day, with the investment I'm after putting into it. Okay, here it is. It's an absolute pain in the fuck to cut, just to let you know. I'd highly advise you take all the houses and nonsense off it before you cut it, because it just makes it very tricky to keep all of them in place. That's probably a common sense thing I should have worked out before I even went at it, but I didn't. So if you don't, then there's a tip, right?
He
So I'm
acts a
just
bit
gonna get straight
different
into it.
than
TikTok
he
only let me
does
record
now.
for 3 minutes, so I better hurry the fuck up. Right, so here it is. We'll have a taste of it. Just a chocolate cake. Bit of milk here to wash it down as well. It's nice. Good moisture content in it. Icing's
Moisture.
nice chocolatey icing. It's not overbearing though. It says it serves 16 as well. They're having an absolute fucking howl if they think this is
Yeah,
serving 16. So they're having
no.
cake's gone and I'm fucking still starving. It's very nice, to be honest.
Nice. Fucking
I'd
nice.
fucking be going at that now on Christmas Day. I'd be having an extra slicing, going at it with the fork. While nobody's looking at me. It's good. Oh, pear's lovely with milk. You have to have cake with milk. If you drink cake with anything else, you're fucking, I don't know, you're from
Tea, coffee.
Galway. Listen, there's a load of pointless shine on it. I don't understand this yolk at the side. I think that's a bit stupid, but sure, look, they're getting creative. I suppose you have to keep yourself busy. But it is nice.
I could always get that, but I don't know, spend 25 quid? On that sounds a bit on the silly old side. I don't think cracking Christmas. I don't trust that. I don't trust that thing. Uh, I'm actually not sure what to what. I'm not actually sure. Has to be something fun. Oh, how about Daily Dose? You put that new? No, it looks like he's smart and went on holiday. Here, the nightmare plane scenario.
Hello everyone, this is your
Then
daily
we'll
dose
get
of
back
internet.
into it.
So this is pretty gross. A bathroom on a plane started overflowing and flooded into everyone's seats.
Yep. That can happen.
For some reason, this happens every time he closes his back door. Here's a smart way to fix your TV.
So
What
when
did he
you
think
step
was
on the
gonna happen?
scale and this happens, what does that mean?
Well, it means two things. Number one, like me, who bought those glass scales, mine didn't break. They're shit scales. Get yourself real scales that are like mechanical, not with like batteries. Second of all, you fat. Oh,
Poor little guy.
yeah. The elephant probably doesn't mean you any harm, but they could kill you with incredibly easy. Get away.
Was absolutely terrified.
Whoa, mutant dog.
He was so excited to finally meet Spider-Man.
Hey. Oh.
Wait! It's supposed to pop out.
This cat is an absolute menace.
No. No, my chicken. My. Oh, God. um,
For some reason, these bees tried building a beehive on this guy's butt.
Butt hive.
Hey, say bye to everyone. Hey, say bye to everyone.
Oh. Dog friend. Big baby
I
Labradoodle.
just found out that boat jousting is a thing, and it's a very competitive sport.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Oh no, my vape.
No, he's disgusting.
The raccoon's gonna steal his
Please don't
vape.
take my vape. That is not food. Oh my god, he's gonna take my vape. Oh.
I'll give
He
you
just
food if
realized
you
it's
bring
too
it
big to
back.
still live in his mom's pouch.
Oh. No. No, you're too big now.
This fish stole his pacifier.
That dog's gonna be like that for a long while.
Where do you even find shoes like this?
What? Dude, if I was stoned looking at those shoes, I'd be like, guys, is it doing normal weed stuff for you? Because I don't think it's doing normal weed stuff for me. Of course, Fred.
Poor little guy was overstimulated.
Oh.
Something
Oh.
I've really been wanting to admit to you.
What is it?
This woodpecker thought that this guy was a tree.
Well, he kind of looked like he got a tree leg. Bird wouldn't understand. Bird's gonna bird. Oh, shit. Whoa!
A few
That
days
is
ago,
cool.
the biggest drone show in the history of the USA happened. Over 5,000 drones were used to make everything happen.
That's cool, but there's already been bigger drone stuff over the world. That's just gonna become so common now. Might even replace fireworks. Cool. Cool.
He was trying to practice for an upcoming dodgeball game.
Man, I'll tell you, there's
Dodge a
one thing
brick,
I
you
hate
could dodge a
more than
ball.
anything is to see somebody living my dream.
Boo 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 boo. Boo 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 boo. Boo 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 boo.
This photographer found the rarest penguin in the world. This penguin has melanism, which means it is covered head to toe with a black color.
Whoa. Half complete penguin. No.
Poor guy is either scared or confused.
Am I a fucking joke to you? Haha. Impressive, but something I've seen someone do.
So, why is she talking like this?
Miami, south to Miami. Please make your way to your assigned seats and enjoy the ride. Bright pink will be departing
Drink
south to
in
Miami.
Miami.
You on a date with kept calling you bro, dude, man, whatever. Ah! I just got hit, dude. What the?
So, does anyone know if this is a
Bro,
legal shot or not?
man. Oh, that was impressive.
He likes to bury food in your
Oh.
hair to save it for spring.
Buried it back. That's cool. And again, that's like the toe shoes from earlier.
She wanted to try out mom's false eyelashes.
Oh god. That's weird.
This is what it looks like when the International Space Station sends something back to Earth.
Neat. They're probably going to be closing that down pretty soon. It's older than Mir now at this point.
So this is pretty cool. All these window washers dressed up in costumes to cheer up these kids that are in a children's hospital.
Of course, Robin's got the shittiest job.
A few days ago, I recorded this video on a plane. That is the end of this video, or we hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
I never get, even when I get the window seat, it's always pitch dark outside, so I can't see jack shit for like 90% of the trip. You get some really good city shots, I will say that. Oh yeah, Honey. Honey's been an absolute scummy company. Even Charlie, who was working with them, has cut ties with them. Meglac. Check that out. Okay, let's get back to it. Break time's over. We have a house to clean. You know, this is perfectly fine. Sideways face? Oh, there's secret symbolism here. But I'm not smart enough. Or rather, I'm too tired. I need $2,000 for. Might notice the old, super weird, creepy sign outside the house. It's nothing to worry about. There's a creepy sign. There. According to Jenny, they're written in Enochian, ancient language of the Annals. Annals? Did I say Annals? I did. Oh, okay. Okay, Lev. Let's roll with that. The ancient language of the Annals. Enochian. That's fine. That's fine. That's exactly what they said. It's possible they could have said something else, sure. But it isn't. It isn't. The language of the anal. Bless. Bless. So, we'll be doing this for the next 5 hours. Change. 5 hour 40, I guess. Then Well, then we've got bigger. Oh, I don't. Except to what side of the bed do we go to sleep to? Yeah. But I'm not sure if you'll get a stream. You might get a watch party, but at least 2 to 3 people involved. That bad. Like herding cats with 9 to 5 families with you people. Can you not be just a simple shut-in like me? Living a simple shut-in life? Eating his simple shut-in meals? And pining for a shut-in wife? Ah, come on. It seems almost like a vacation compared to that 40K stuff I was just doing. Now, Mad Max would have been another good one. That crossover with this. Okay. I need to do now is focus on what I understand, which will boil down to me trying to clean up as much as possible. That's good. I can do that as long as I don't, you know, I feel like I'm gonna die. I always do. It happens every 24-hour stream. Even when I'm playing, like, when I would do, like, the Skyrim one, there comes a point where no matter how good the food, the drinks, dare I say, even the company, it just becomes a matter of will. My will is like, yeah, but you're gonna go back to sleep, all right? Yeah, in 5.5 hours. If power cuts out, I actually won't be all that beat up about it. But obviously, power doesn't cut out. Well, if nothing bad happens, then yeah, we're good. As for the new year, well, like I said, I've got that little video. Bearded Ramblings is back on 5th, but we're going to be doing a return to Final Fantasy with Final Fantasy 2. Final Fantasy 2. That will be on 1st or 2nd. Now after that, we also have the Return of Bearded Ramblings. That's going to be Sinus Mel. Join us with on the Sunday. And we might try StreamYards by then. Probably going to leave it for another week. Nautica, the remainder of Modern Warfare, which I really forgot just how many missions there were in that. Of course, Mad Max, Assassin's Creed, Nice. Yeah, I had a whole playlist lined up. There wasn't that many songs on it. And frankly, the idea of music right now is abhorrent to me. I feel like I was asked to chew on that glass there. As I sat on the sofa just now, I heard a strange skylight sound. I've heard spookier. I'll put that as a 4 out of 10 on the Ooga Booga ohmometer. Oh, come off it. Oh, my stomach is really not happy with my choice of food over the past day. Nothing but gristle. Suppose I've only got myself to blame. Anyway. Language of the ancient. Okay. Okay. Keep going. Five hours. Wait, no, not yet. 20 minutes, and then I say 5 hours. At what point the house clean enough? Because it's just outside. We're not even tackling inside. Like that bungalow with the old family in it. Wouldn't the interior be, I don't know, kind of a, kind of a, kind of a shithole. I literally could not think of the word shithole. My God. You know, think of your trip up to Belfast last time. Belfast is not bad anymore. It was once. Hey, offering. Are we missing a cat? Okay. Making good progress so far. Whoa. 10 Celsius. God damn it. You know, I think for Christmas next year, I shouldn't do a 24-hour stream. Because I couldn't do it. Can. No? Oh. If they're smart, there better be a jump scare here. Just the fun, like that, which wasn't a jump scare. but you know, I wasn't expecting, especially because in my tired state, I'm going to be very susceptible to loud noises. Anyway, 10:20. Come on, baby. Lighten up. Alright. Are they expected to use? So, hear that weird rumbling noise? Oh. False alarm. Jenny put the washer on spin. Oh, that Jenny. Fine. Bit wasted on. That's more like. Oh yeah. Railing. Okay, so still a little bit of something somewhere. Okay. Wait, hang on. How the... Nice. So they're footballs. Do like reusing assets. It's cheap. And quick. Need more glass. Yeah. There's 5. Oh, 7 hours. Seven hours. Woo! That's 19 hours overall. And I've only got to see one pair of boobs in 19 hours. I am on starvation rations, smoke ray. Let me tell you. And that was only in glancing. Oh, I haven't even touched my tea yet. Times like this, I wish I still had access to my drinking hat. Constant have it in my head. Oh, Bashka. That's what that's called. Text pretty soon at 60. Up, 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 up. New job available. Hi, Doctor. I can read these for you when you can spare a minute. Go over the recreational grounds. Okay. And Martha Hubbard. Hello, Mr. Brian Bandits. I need some help in my poor little play school. Martha Hubbard. One other thing. Careful how you go around the volcano. Not even in shot. Down there to enjoy a smoky sunset, and Jenny saw a UFO at the top and disappeared before you can say, look, beautiful. Where? Oh, cool. Nice. Yeah, that's a waste going over anything that is the roof house. This game might have not been designed for something like what I'm doing here, but you know what? It kind of works. There's enough variety to keep it from being too monotonous. Anyway, it's getting harder to keep track of anything. It's also getting harder to keep a lively conversation up, especially when it's mostly just myself. I mean, I've been doing this for pushing 20 hours now. Not even 20 hours yet. But what I will say is, because my brain's all over the place, my ability to capture the concept of time fluctuating. Sometimes in my benefit, I blink and 20 minutes pass. Other times, I swear it's been half an hour, but it's only been 5 minutes. Don't like the windowless side panel thing there. They're kind of useless. Gotta get rid of the anal graffiti too. Wow. There, here. Wow, windows in this world are very useless. Again, I have no real problem when it does that. It's just, at what point does it become the norm? Like, it takes away my agency right at the end there. It's weird. There, see? I'm not complaining. The trigger's sooner. Nice. I'm starting to forget I'm on camera. Okay. 3 major things I did this year. Decided to cut down on the drinking. It worked for the most part. Decided to go to America. It worked for the most part. And sure, there's a third one. Oh yeah, there is. You guys don't get to know it. Don't mean to do Debbie Downer, but I've looked into the creepy symbols you found inside the house you're working on. Uh-huh. Turns out to this building diagram, telling the plumber where to put the gaps for the overflow pipe. Yeah. So they weren't made by the... They're not the language of the anal. Shame. Okay. As always, most of the remainder will be like the little tiny spots that are hard to find. Never ends. I mean, statistically it does, but still. Oh god. Okay, it's I was almanac, 30 minutes. Hey, we got another 4 hours. $4 20, give or take. Well, no. No matter what, I gotta end it after the 12 hours. Before the 12 hours, as in like seconds or minutes before. This is satisfying. Very satisfying. Bling! All right. I'm hearing voices in the bubbling water. That's not a good sign, oh no. Oh no, I don't think it's a good sign. Think it means I'm going insane. I've been up for way too long. Alright. And into the end game, but also the hardest part where all the little nooks and crannies have to be de-nooked and de-crannied. How is de-crannying some concept that we need to make that happen. As long as it's consensual. Uh-huh. My eyes are starting to spot the dirt really easily. Nice. Had a feeling it would auto do the rest. I know, it gets a ladder or two, but no. But frankly, works just as well. Yay. Now we first. Come on. Make shiny. Make shiny. Okay, why am I listening to Gollum? Because they eat a fish, but then it stops, so. Now we'll go full. Make the little blink noise, please. Yeah. Soothing. This part of the gutter's okay. Veranda time. Okay. One, I already did the house roof. Well. Oh. Well. That'll do it. Could have sworn there was a wider nozzle. Come on. Yay! Ow. My legs aren't happy with me. I've had them bunched up for hours. The last time I got up. I think I've got a plastic. I've got plastic. No point. That's change. Yay. Okay. I'll just hop over here. Clean up the window frame. Bow open. Window frame's about to go. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. This last window frame. Nice. Gutter's done. Nice. Wall's done. Ooh. Ooh. We're in the last stages now. That was the veranda. Wow. And the gutter, it seems. Yep. And this gutter needs some work. Now, gutters and trim. Okay. Now that's sexual. Oh. All the old familiar places. Oops. Can't hide from me. Tractor's gone off to do tractor things. And then we get the ladder. I've just wooden trim. One, I got them all. Get on the ground at least. Oh. Would you look at that? No. Yes. That motherfucking. Huh. Well, that was dirty. Okay, so where's the trim? Now we go on a search for something that's probably very easy to find. Oh, yeah. Rim check. Oh. Statistically, it has to be one that I've already seen. But for some reason, when I scan over, it says that it's finished. Now, that's the case. Now, rim on the garage door. That's also been secured. Okay. There's something on the ground. Aha, there it is. Staring right in front of me. Yay! Oh. I feel the happy. The house is now demoused. The house looks amazing, almost normal. You know what's strange though? As we were finishing, there was a screech from the attic, so I opened the latch and something whooshed past my face, followed by a grubby grey feather floating mysteriously down. Esther's soul leaving a piece. It's the mayor's cat. It's the mayor's cat. Eating a bird. Clean the shoe house. Clean the skate park. How was the commute? Hopefully you got more sleep than I did. Like when I'm closing my eyes right now, I am literally seeing my room light up with a bunch of like orange and yellow like stains. Gone now. But that's telling. Very telling. Raining right now. Let's clean the locomotive. Makuatu Desert. Hello, dirt finder. Bertha Jefferson. I'm the mayor's sister. Don't judge me too harshly. I didn't choose to be. Anyway, while he's busying himself on who knows what, I've been exploring the recesses of our vast familiar estate, none of which is mine. Came across curiosity. Steam locomotive out of the back and beyond. To be honest, I have no idea what it amounts to, but if you can clean it down for me, it might reveal some interesting family history or something. Thanks, Berta. Huh. Oh, all right. I can only have one at a time. Give you like some sort of buff. Ooh, rain. Inflatable. Motherfucking cacti. Boulder. Welcome to Prospector Gold Canyon. The Dune Rocket. Because he's the 13th. He's 10th. This exhibit was placed here in memory of Mayor Jeff Jefferson the 10th. On this Friday's festival, the mayor was nowhere to be found. He had ridden out of town to get on the rail and to sunset, never to return. Far away there is the city. Here's the train. I agree. Ah, aren't Steve Longwell extraordinary places for engineering pieces? I'd like to know more about how they work. Sure, it makes much difference to me, but I like to know. Would you some latest gossip from my brother? I got plenty of that. What would you like to talk about? How are you? Read any good books? By yes, please for gospel, say silence for locomotive facts. She's very obsessed with trains, is she? Oh, good for her. I like trains. Surprised me it's not raining here, though it was meant to rain later. 3.5 hours to go. Jeez. Doable, says a man 3.5 hours in the distant past. I could be. Okay, that fucking eagle's freaking me the hell out. Okay, done. 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 We'll do the coal car first. Ready for Canyon Trails. The legacy of Speedy. Okay. I need to go to the bait room. Like a room that baits. Ew. No, that means a bait room. Bathroom. Even the eagle is laughing at me. I am ashamed. I am ashamed. Yep. 3.5 hours to go. The die is more than cast. It has almost completely filled out the entirety of the white cloth. What color it is, blue or red, I don't know. Red if it fails, blue if it... Please, stop laughing. Anyway, I'll be right back. In the meantime, let's see how many times we hear squawk, quack, quack. Sounded more like the penguin, but I'm gonna stick with it. God, I want to go to sleep. And clean a train game. It's 3.5 hours. Right. Let's pop down the last of our food. Last tea. Last of Us, which is a video game that I'm playing. Might play in the future. Ah. 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 Indeed. Um. Okay. Check my messages real quick. Before we go any further in, nada, nada. That's like 4 times now. What the fuck? I saw Andrew Tate doing these weird flexings, and it was sent out by Chris Ragon. And Chris just points out that he's got like a Crash Bandicoot thing in the corner, huge like crystal, and I'm now getting a memory of it. Okay, now I'm just getting distracted. Say onwards. We're coming close to our end of show, so that well, like close. That still mean we're a few hours away, but means I don't have. There's no excuse for me not to, you know, game. Uh, uh, uh. Oh. In another 2%, we'll get our first fact of the locomotive engine, which I'm sure is going to be riveting. Newsflash, I too like trains. For the work, a steam locomotive needs water and fuel, usually coal, but sometimes even wood or oil. Yep. Irish during the war tried to use peat. Didn't work. Fuel is stored in coal car at the back of this one. I know, I'm cleaning it right now. Rain. Come on. Come on, do the dingy ding. Yay. About all that was left. Whee! No, that's fine. I'm just starting to see things. The bulbs have little flashing things. That's still not enough. Yay! I don't think there's any texture on the bottom there of the train. They ever actually put it in. skirting. Skirting's done. Now we move on to rope. Wheel. Okay. Okay. Now is that everything related to coal car? Okay. Coal car. Coal car panels. Well. There we go. No. Very what? Well, YouTube. Oh. Something here. Yay! Alright. That's it for everything in the coal. Ah. Signal. On. Has to be to the side then. Parkour. Time to go. Locomotive boiler is filled with water. Yes. Come on. We're found long shoulder part of them. Yeah. Then, as the driver pumps coal into the furnace, the water is heated to become steam, powers the piston, and makes the train forward. Using things called wheels. Mankind first invented wheels roughly about 4,000 years ago. Choo-choo. I'll do the next Midgar one after this. Get some more one more blast of Final Fantasy. Uh-huh. Cowcaster. Okay, and one is the last of the Cowcaster. Last bit of the Cowcaster, come on. Oh, there's the Capture. Major issue for me is that I do a job and I get a good chunk of it done, and then I move on to another project and I have to go back and find the little finicky bits in between. Oh, cool. Weird. Don't see it. Well, oh right, yeah, I'm still on camera. I don't know why I'm using that goofy laugh so much. Yay! At the front you'll find the cow catcher, though it's not designed to capture cows as much as to encourage them to exist in space within the occupying the train itself. True. And to do so at their earliest convenience. The train does not go moo. Want the bell. Bell. Alright, we got 3 hours to go. Three more hours. I can do that. I don't really wanna, but I can. Cowcatcher! Me, I wanna again. Ooh. I felt dread coming into this. I'm 100% vindicated. It isn't the tiredness so much the weird limbo state, the starting to see shit. That's what gets me. I was also scared that, my chair would have been so bad that my back would be killing me. It's fine. My legs aren't happy. I mean, happy for a while anyway. I want to say, that looks like a very happy face. A very happy and evil face. Looks like you're nearly done, so unfortunately I haven't got time to go into think why my brother keeps taking nocturnal visits to the national park. I can think of a few reasons. Maybe next time. Oh man. That probably plays into the story that barely exists. How many sentences are left? Only one. Okay. So when it gets down to like the roads and shit, I'll break out the fluid. The engine looks a little too... a little too money. A little too new, you know? Is there any way to reach that? Aha. Oh, cool. Alright. like a German techno beat. All the mechanical bits make it really tricky to get at. Nope. Surprised it didn't make it. I was going to say it's done. Okay. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Okay. All right. Spoiler. Find some dirt here. Some dirt here. Up. Over. Down. One board's clean. Team down. Done. Oh, that's done. Switch the boiler. But where? It is so microscopic. See? Kind of folds in with the metal. Oh. And yet there's still more. Okay. So so we got 2.5 hours to go. Starting to feel hopeful that nothing bad will happen. The rate of these, though, probably the next one or the one after, depending on how long this is, will be the last. So, of course, all the standard fare, like and shares and subscribe. Daddy worked very hard for this Christmas. Reward him with mild interest. Actually, reward him by having a very nice Christmas and a very nice rest of the year. This is time consuming. I wonder how much is that? Where is it? Where? Hell yeah. Oh, stop. Drum, stall, drums, stall, drums, stall, drums. Yes, there it is. Oh my god. My god. At least this is making life a little easier. Huh? Dirt along here somewhere. Crack rods. Crack. Hmm. Drive rod, furnace, and piston. Again, though. Steam. There you are. Nice. A drive rod. Huh? Okay. Oh. Second I say it, no? Nice. What's a drive? Even know what it is. Drive rod. Drive rod. Furnace hatch. Cab furnace handle. Brake. Drive rods. Drive rods. Wait, drive rod? Oh, drive rod. The red one. Okay, and that one's fine. Meaning... there's no drive rod here. Found it. Yeah! Choo choo, motherfucker. Choo choo. Tumbleweed. Tumbleweed. Choo choo. What an extraordinary job you've done. Thank you. I've no idea this would scrub out so beautifully. It emerged from time capsule. Notice the sign. Apparently my great-grandfather did a runner from here in 1885. But goodness knows what, only returned to opening a mukbang subway station in 1922. Muckingham Station. Mukbang Station. Mukbang Station. Scorpion Central. Reeve tells me you're quite the shot. Shame those skills are wasted on cleaning up literal filth instead of enemies of the state. No matter. Of course, as a head of public security, my job is to keep the city safe. Again. My job is to keep the city safe. And the most effective ways to do that through deployment of devastating weaponry. My Scorpion Sentinels snuff out insurgents before they ever start reaching for their white flag. Professor Hojo thinks test subjects could quell riots better than a heavy weapons platform. Prove just how wrong he is, I propose a challenge for him. If one of his juiced up lab rats could even scratch my sentinel, I'd volunteer for his next subdeck. But out my machine stood test of few environments, but I still need a sentinel watch down. Oh, isn't that what beloved scientific process calls for? Yeah. Ooh, got pulled it. Hold the Scorpion Sentinel, one of Shinra's greatest achievements in military robotics. The bad guys always use giant scorpions. Oh, cool. The arm already being stored in the database is a non-target. Stop worried about getting shot and start scrubbing. Just moving about. Is it following me? Quite safe. For now. Roll the grippers. Alright. So we're coming up on 2 hours to go, and then that's it. We did it. We have now entered generic movie territory runtime. Right, so we'll do the pincers first, obviously, and then do the leg. Robo Scorpion. Always Robo Scorpion. Uh-huh. Okay, so last claw. After this, start working on the leg. Okay, where's Class Beats? Uh-huh. But that wasn't it. Yay! Hey, got the spike. Tifa, hey, if you're available, I have a job for you in Sector 7 understand. Do you? Well, Tifa, I've never, ever, ever, ever said no to you, ever, under any circumstance, ever. I'm eager to know more about the Sentinel's myriad capabilities. I know you've been eager. Hey, don't cock block me now, Headgear. I've always kind of liked you, but not the way I like Tifa. Tall, tails for deadlier, the creature of a model affair. 6 tapered legs, get straight to the point if you will. And for those craven foes who want to shoot scorpions from distance, 9 launcher. Cool. So Tifa Lockhart is sending me DMs. Not to sound really, really, really smug or anything. Okay. I always think that the Sentinel's torso makes it look like it's wearing an old shirt from like the 1940s, the big pointy ones. Oh. Right, back to the legs. Hopefully we'll get another DM soon from Miss Lockhart. And I suppose Hedger, if he's not going to cock block me. He would stop there. Oh, of course not. Here, let me just keep beating up a couple of puppies while I say this. I'm evil, you know. Go south anywhere. Close range, EM field, and self-repair functionality. This bevy of features is unstoppable. That's why it was defeated really early on in the original. Because it's unstoppable. He reports gang activity in Sector 5 Undercity. Most likely Don Cornelius and Blackie. If you consider the point of the scorpion against them, realize they're by definition a small fry. Waste of company reason. Fitting target, eco-terrorists go by the name Avalanche. Well, technically it should be all in caps and not as an acronym, just Avalanche, but not even with an exclamation point. I'll poke the bear, best get ready to deal with the claw. Gaia's moon is way closer. This. Alright. Hmm. See, this is done right, where the train wasn't done right, because it's giving me access to like hard to reach areas, whereas the train should have been put under like a gurney and slid under. Yeah, soon. So close. So close. Yeah. Boink. Imagine Reed produced some feel-good crap about his plans for the future, didn't he? But he also talked about his idea of walking around as a big robotic cat thing. He sees the world through rose-colored glasses, but he doesn't realize those lenses are coated with the blood of our adversaries. After all, our company began as a weapons manufacturer for a reason. Righty. Quick potty break, and I will be right back. Again, Liv? Yeah, like I said, these sausage rolls, man. Remember to like, share, and subscribe and all that. We still have another 11 hour and a half, give or take. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. We'll know when it's time. And it's getting pretty close now, too. Then I'll be free of you people. I love you. goodness. Now. Hell, no, what do you think was going to happen to these people? All right. Sorry about that, folks. I know. Ugh. Makes you feel any better. Ow. Back to it. Thing about me past while has been I am very much not able to handle the things I once could. Food and drink. Yep, hour and a half to go. It's happened before on 24-hour streams where at like the last hour, power went out or something. I remember that. And here comes the labors. And we were doing so well too. Milling through it, fantasizing about Tifa in various stages of dress. You know, normal me stuff on the regular. But then suddenly, here comes all these little tiny dots that are very hard to reach. Because you're meant to do it very differently. You're meant to do it like the way I started out to do it. You just do one spot at a time, over and over and over. Make sure that every area is cornered off. So, like I said, no stream till the end of the year, but I might do a watch party. There's one or two films I wouldn't say no watching. But if no one's going to be joining me, if anyone is down and does not know, feel free to check out the Discord in the link provided, where you can watch on the watch party with me, Lev, and whoever else shows up. A few amount of movies out there. Oh, so all right. I'll focus on each leg. Yeah, one done. Official Shinra company regulation 2. $90. I sworn that someone tried to send me a message on Steam. Weird. Anyway. Right. Pushing 40 now. In terms of views. That's pretty cool. Not people, but views overall. And to me, that's a big deal. Thank you guys so much. Puts us well over 100 for the 2 episodes back to back. Been great catching up with people. Knowing how their Christmas went. Had more people than not had good Christmases. I am going to be celebrating Christmas my own way. It's over and I can finally have a chance to do so myself. Involves me, bed, sleep. That's it. Leg. A fucking robot's head moving around. Do I no one else gives like a moving thing? After playing this game for nearly 24 hours, would I recommend? The answer is yeah. It's exactly what it says on the tin, but with a few quality of life tweaks here and there that are both missing and I was not expecting. Example would be the one I talked about where you can do this. You can hold it down to let it forever stay up. Also, having a device like a bomb of some kind to detonate and wipe out a huge area of dirt right away would have been so great. You can throw them for underneath vehicles, what have you. but stuff like, say, the percentages for every item catalog. I'm just saying, oh, you have 13 of X to find. Also, skills tree wouldn't have been terrible. But just like a progression leveling system, but an actual skills tree. If by now you don't know if it's for you, then it probably is, honestly. Between the years of people talking crazy about it, or tonight, hour 10. You get this done in hour 10. Again, sorry for the lack of content, guys. Oh, what's lagging again? Oh man. Alright, well, stop now. Yeah, I'm not really adding much to anything because I can't, because I'm too tired. Really, really tired. I know I've been saying this on and off all day, night, but yeah, 24 hours up. We're near around at this point. Can't be a little tired. I am so not in the mood doing this little scavenger hunt at the end here. I could just leave it and start up a new one for the last hour, but I don't know. Look at that. That's another thing I don't like. Afterwards it resets, but it's obviously all jumbled up if a new one is. Skyrim taught me too well. Is it tracking me or what? Among Us. Keep eyes open. Must regale no one with banter for another 50 minutes. I don't think we're gonna get this done in 50 minutes. Doesn't seem like a lot left, but it is. If we do, that's a big if. I'll start a final mission, but there'll be no chance to finish it. Could try for a challenge. Claw, claw, is claw. Okay. Okay. Still so much more. Everything has doubles and all manner. All wrists. Yeah, I have never actually. I don't know what to call it. Oh, there you are. See? Never ends. Yeah, but where's the actual... There's dirt. Seriously. Help, maybe, I don't know, you dropped it or something. Lowered it a little bit. So the guy who's cleaning every inch of it actually has a chance to get at it. No. No. Ugh. Nice. That should hit him, but it doesn't. But it doesn't. No way Headger cares this much. Let 99% be fine. Palmer would have let it go at 70. Okay. We are currently still a good way to go, but nice. Good. 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 Eh. Huh. Huh. Base arm. What? Bruh. Okay. Now we're starting to see the end of the road. There. That's cool. Oh, oh, oh. Uh-huh. Where are we at now? Okay. Uh, must leave. Must finish. Know that they are. Right. Alright. And in super. Maybe you're using most? Be able to hide now. Great. Next. Florid. Oh. The one. Hey, don't stand. Mega. Next. Shoulder. Yeah. Come to me, baby. Come to me, baby. Sugar, baby. Come on. Come on. Uh-huh. Ah. Neck way. But I'm literally right over. I know. Wait, that is gone. No. I see it. Even more. Gunked up is this gunk? Okay, now we're in the final three. We're gonna do this, kids. Got half an hour to kill. We're gonna do this. Claws, cannon, rear exhaust. Right. Okay. Cool. Cool. Going from the outside. Stop it. Alright. Up onto the gun. Stand over it. Hop up. On to the gun. Done numerous times. Hit it and everything. Good. Now, the rear exhaust. Oh god. Oh, this is gonna be so over. Don't. See it just there. How do I get? Ah, we did it! We did it! The last thing of the night. It's too late now. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. As I suspect, not even fleck of paint on the place. Couldn't ask for better condition which Hovo Brazil. Sent this to Hojo. Have the smug hack needs to spend more time ensuring his specimens combat capability to determine carbon trees. Anyway, I should relish the look on his face when I break. Seventh heaven. I have a lot of trouble with Don Cronin's grunts for a while, but last night I stormed into seventh heaven. Tired menu twice over, proceeded to spill on every possible surface. Beat the snot of every one of them, but the thugs right then and there, they would have had a lot more trouble in their hands than small cans. Friend's daughter Marlene's been hanging out here a lot. Want a place to keep clean for her. Doing it myself. It's almost 0 hour on the job I got over in Sector 1. Yeah, I wonder what that could be. Hey, boob lady? Like fun. Oh, damn. Oh my god. It's upsetting seeing the bar looking like this. No, it's not the fanciest, but it's like home to us and our regulars. These people get a homemade food and escape daily grind. Hey, I wonder if anything's going on over there at the pinball machine. Okay. Oh God, we did it. We did it, folks. Oh, we did it. 12 hours, well, 11:40. I believe I will spend the last 10 minutes basking in your glory. You're all doing well, folks. Hope you're all doing way better than me. I am ho haggard. Woo! But holiday season is over. We can all return to the grinding monotony that is life for another year. A lot of feelings right now, most of which indifference. Seriously, I really enjoy that game. I played it for 24 hours and nothing would have held my attention perfectly for 24 hours. But a game that's built for me well, yeah, that I can do. And this was one of them. We had a good few people popping in, good to see us, and also a good number of missions completed. Very happy with that. I don't know if you'll see Powerwall Simulator in the near future on stream. If it is, I'll try to get someone to co-op with me. But in the meantime, I am free from poop. Big ol' poop. And I need to say, a new year for the channel, but it'll be same old Lev doing Lev things. Speaking of, I'm gonna do one of them right now. You all take care. I hope you had a fantastic Christmas, even if you don't celebrate it. Just in general, just a happy anything goes. And in the new year, I hope to see a lot of you back. Love is signing out. Y'all take care. Bye, everyone.